intense.
The ocular movement in front of your eyes. I've had those before too.
Oh, it's brutal. That would be, I mean, green light seems
green light.
easier.
So if we look green, we look like Shrek tomorrow. You'll know why.
No.
It's the green light. Thanks for joining us, everybody.
See you guys tomorrow.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. It's 11 o'clock, and we are just getting started. 4.5 hours of live streaming news coverage for you today. Want to let you know a couple of the things that we are watching for here on Fox 35 News Plus today. First, let me give you a live look right now up in Bonifay in the Panhandle, where we are getting ready to hear from Governor Ron DeSantis at a news conference there alongside the Florida Secretary of Commerce. You see the lectern up at the front of the room. No placard or no sign on it just yet. That normally gives us some indication of what we might hear from the governor. No idea at the moment. We know he's speaking at the Holmes County Agricultural Center. So we'll wait and see what the governor has to say. We'll get you to that news conference coming up in just a little bit. We are watching for that and expect that to begin shortly. We are also monitoring. Let me get you inside a courtroom right now in Orange County where the trial of Jaylen Edgar has begun. And this is on the stand right now. You see the Orlando police officer who arrested Edgar, who is accused of opening fire on Halloween night back in 2024, killing 2 people, injuring a number of others. Today, they showed some surveillance video that showed shots being fired back in that incident. You may remember it was the downtown a block party, a lot of people downtown at the time. And so Jaylen Edgar, his trial is underway. Opening statements were earlier today. You see the judge and attorneys discussing a question at the bench right now. And so we'll listen into this trial some today. We'll listen into some of the testimony and get you up to date on what's happening inside that courtroom. We are also expecting to speak with Senator Ashley Moody today. She is supposed to join our program live in about 90 minutes, so about 12:30. We'll hear from her coming off her fresh off her primary win in the Republican primary on Tuesday night, and now heading to a general election race against Angie Nixon, a Democratic Socialist candidate who upset a well-funded candidate of Alexander Vindman in the primary. That is a story that's been making national headlines over the past couple of days. Let me give you a live look at the White House as well. A little bit later today, President Trump and the First Lady going to be making a Fostering the Future announcement at the White House. And we're also expecting on Capitol Hill a preview this afternoon of the Freedom 250 Grand Prix that's going through the streets of Washington, D.C. That'll air on Fox on Sunday. And so we expect to hear from some of the drivers and some other officials at that preview event coming up in just a couple of hours from now. Brooks Garner joins me now, and Brooks, we sound like a broken record because here we are again saying the big weather story today is the heat.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. I mean, it's like another day, another heat advisory. Something that used to be somewhat uncommon now is all too common. So what's going on? Well, that's the subject of university research, but this year the attributing force is going to be El Nino. The unusual warming of the eastern equatorial Pacific waters changes the weather patterns across the world, and it's also known in the northern hemisphere, especially to bump up the global temperature by a couple of degrees. And when you're in Florida and it's already hot normally, if it gets just a little bit hotter by a couple of degrees, that can push you over that threshold for what would constitute a heat advisory. And that's when the feels like temperature here in Central Florida reaches 108 degrees or higher. So not only are the temperatures a little bit higher, but a warmer atmosphere can support more water vapor, which means the dew points get a little bit higher. And the heat advisory is in the heat index reaching 108 is a factor factor of the heat plus the dew point. So, for instance, today it'll be about 95 or 96 with a dew point in the lower to middle 70s. And so combined, it's going to feel like it's about 110 on average. And that really isn't as subjective of a scale as you might imagine or cynically comment. I know a lot of people are like, well, for me, it feels like 90. I'm used to it. It's a matter of how slowly your sweat evaporates. And there's an inverse relationship. The higher the heat index, the slower your sweat evaporates. And then your body can't cool. And so your core temperature rises, and that could lead to heat exhaustion, heat stroke. So another heat advisory in effect. Well, listen, we've got a lot of old timers say, I've been here forever, and heat advisories were very unusual. So I looked at the numbers and found that you were right. In fact, from 1994 to 2018, they were extremely rare as far as rarely issued. We'd average 1 to 2 per summer, with many summers, including from 1994 to 2008, without any heat advisories issued. All of a sudden in 2023, 25 heat advisories issued, 18 the year after, 14 last year, and this year we're up to 20 and counting. So what is going on? Well, the threshold for heat advisory has always been 108 degrees. It's just that now the heat advisories are being issued with more confidence, because research has found that heat is one of the biggest killers. And so I think there's a hypervigilance to make sure that folks are aware of the threat to avoid, and hopefully avoid, tragedy if people are letting their guard down. I went a little bit deeper and found that in the years where there were no heat advisories issued, we still did have heat index levels on some days reaching 108 or higher. We'd average several per summer, but it wasn't strings of 20 or 30 days in a row like we've had this summer and in summers past. So things are really getting warmer. We've had a little bit of the climate change mixing in there, upping the temperatures by a couple of degrees, especially since the turn of the 20th century. And with that comes higher levels of humidity. Now, if your average high is already 92, which is what it is this time of the year, and then suddenly it's 94 or 95, that pushes you over the edge of that threshold of the heat advisory. So there's a lot going on. Also, if you look back at the 2023 heat advisories that were issued, where we had 25 of them, that was a year after the big South Pacific volcano blew up and sent trillions of tons of water vapor into the stratosphere. And a lot of research is being done suggesting that that alone created a little blanket over the atmosphere, keeping things warmer than they normally would be. So, like I said, a lot of university research going into the causes of all of this. But here we are again with a heat advisory and a forecast heat index of 110 degrees. Now, we've got a couple of things in our favor today, and that is the presence of an upper level low, which so far we haven't had much going on, but that's going to change quickly this afternoon. We're going to see storms popping up. An upper level low is a cold pool of air that is essentially, as described, it's an area of low pressure aloft, and you can see it on the satellite imagery. This formed from a surge coming in from the north aloft and bumped up against a surge from the south, and you get the twist. What this does is it creates a buoyancy in the atmosphere, allowing air to rise. So you know how like with a big old hot air balloon, they like to do it in the morning because the air is cooler. And so the contrast between the hot balloon with all the fiery heat going up into the balloon versus the colder atmosphere gives it more buoyancy, and you can float more readily. They don't do it in the afternoon because it's a lower contrast, so the balloon doesn't have as much power to float. So it's kind of the same thing with the atmosphere. When you have a heat advisory, it's 95 degrees, that hot air easily convects to higher altitudes and you get thunderstorm formation. And so where you are in the swirl, where we are in the vicinity of the swirl, is where we're most likely to see the rain. So we're kind of like located in Orlando and also in Ocala toward the center of that swirl. So what does that mean for our rain this afternoon? Well, our rain chances will be enhanced as far as the chance for rain, and also storms that ultimately do form will be enhanced in their intensity and the rain they can produce. So we may see several inches of rain for a couple of communities, and any storms that form, like these storms that could form by commute time at 5 p.m., will have gusty winds. And in some cases, they could be severe with winds over 60 miles per hour. Also, there's some dry air that's getting pulled into this upper low. And when there's dry air aloft, that can increase the speed of updrafts. It's a complicated process. It involves what's called latent heat, but essentially it forces the air to rise even faster because you get air from the moisture that evaporates and increases the heat of the updraft. So it's an interesting process, but the bottom line is this: you're going to see more rain, more intense thunderstorms, and also more lightning, as the cloud likely has a more polarized charge with the presence of that dry air. there's a lot that goes into this. People say, well, why is the forecast so hard? Well, hopefully I just provided a window into the uncertainty. There are a lot of factors to consider. It's like every day is a lawsuit where you're the attorney and you're making your case, you're convincing the jury, and then you're hoping the results are as you hit forecast. Sometimes you get it right, sometimes not as right. But in any sense, it looks like this is a pretty nailed and shut case. We're going to have a good chance for rain between 5 and 7 p.m. That rain chance continuing through dark until things quiet down. But we had a lot of really vivid lightning yesterday, especially in the Ocala area. We could see that again today. No tropical activity expected over the next 7 days. That is attributable to El Nino. We've got a lot of wind shear in the open Atlantic. There's also a lot of Saharan dust. Those two forces, even though we're less than a month from the peak of the season, which is September 10th, are keeping things quiet. There are signs that we may see a busy tropical wave next week, causing a busier period in the eastern Atlantic. But, you know, that same El Nino pattern we're going to have to watch this winter, because that has historically, during strong El Ninos, and this one may be the strongest, historically led to tornado outbreaks like the 1998 Kissimmee tornado or the Villages Groundhog Day tornado of 2007. Both were killer tornadoes. The Kissimmee tornado was the deadliest in history, killing over 43 people, and the Villages tornado killed 27 people. So this happens during El Nino years. At night, specifically when people are sleeping, it's a crazy thing to be able to look at the 7-day forecast and make a forecast. Mid-90s today, 70% chance of rain. Rain chances going down toward early next week, with temperatures also coming down. Something to look forward to. It's still going to be hot, just not as brutal. But then to look ahead at the season and say, yeah, we're going to have a higher chance for tornadoes, especially in February and especially at night. And the reason is that at night, you get what's called a low-level jet. And that low-level jet's like a jet stream that, instead of happening way up high in the sky, like you typically hear about in the weather forecast, this is a jet stream that happens at night at about 5,000 to 8,000 feet, and it transports in heat and moisture from the comparatively warm Gulf. And so if you have a cold front coming down in February and it's charged up with the subtropical jet stream up high at 20,000 feet, and also that low-level jet stream, you're getting winds of different speeds at different directions that causes twists in the atmosphere, and that process maxes out at night. That's why both the 1998 tornado outbreak was called the Night of the Tornadoes, and the Villages outbreak in 2007 also happened in the wee hours of the morning from the same process. So it's pattern recognition, Garrett. And right now that pattern recognition has led to a verified forecast that we've so far had a much slower than normal hurricane season. And so now we look ahead to the next season to determine what impacts could be there.
Kind of crazy to be thinking about a hurricane season that has been so quiet, and it's expected to be so quiet, only to have a potentially very busy tornado season.
That's the irony here, is that during our dry season, that may be actually our busiest time in the 2026-2027 period in the winter there. Yeah.
All right. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thanks, Garrett.
As we go to break here, let me give you a live look at Space Launch Complex 40. This is at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. We are 26 minutes out from a scheduled SpaceX launch of 29 Starlink satellites that'll be launched there. It's going to be the 30th flight for the first stage booster. That once that first stage separates from the payload, it will end up landing on a drone ship in the Atlantic Ocean. So we'll be watching for that. We are counting down to it. Again, 26 minutes, 11:38. Roughly is when that launch window opens. That's when SpaceX is targeting that next launch from Florida Space Coast. So we will bring that to you if it does end up happening. We're keeping an eye on that, and I'm sure SpaceX keeping a close eye on conditions and everything leading up to that launch as well. So keep it right here on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have so much more to come right here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook, and we will be right back. Giving you a live look right now at Space Launch Complex 40. We are still 23 minutes and counting out from the next Starlink launch. Again, 29 more of those Starlink satellites going to be heading into low Earth orbit if that launch goes off here in the next little bit. And again, we're keeping an eye on that here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll bring that to you live if and when that happens. Let me also give you a live look up in Bonifay. This is the Holmes County Ag Center. Up in the Panhandle, where Governor DeSantis is expected to speak any minute now at a news conference there. You still see no sign up on the lectern, so not clear what exactly the topic might be. The Commerce Secretary Alex Kelly is going to be with him, so we'll be listening in to that news conference coming up in just a little bit. We are also following a couple of developing stories here in Central Florida. Sunrail having some issues with service today between Winter Park and Poinciana because of some issues, and so they've suspended service at this time between those two stops. So if you use Sunrail for your commuting during the week, that is certainly something to be aware of and keep an eye out for today. Hopefully that'll get back online here shortly. We'll keep you updated as we get more information. We are also learning more about a homicide out of Winter Garden, where a man was found shot outside a home last night at a home where other people they'd been playing a card game leading up to that shooting in the moments before that victim, who has been identified as Sharif Simmons, part of that card game as well. And so Captain Mike Mason with the Winter Garden Police Department gave us an update just a little bit ago on what we know about this shooting and where the investigation goes from here.
So at approximately 11:30 last night, Winter Garden police officers responded to a residence on Bethune Avenue near the intersection of Kinney Court in response to a shooting. Upon their arrival, they located the decedent, Sharif Simmons, born in '77, multiple gunshot wounds. So obviously this is limited in what we can share as this just happened, but we can say, based on the investigation and the facts of the case that we have thus far, this does appear to be targeted towards the victim, and thus there is no believed fear to the greater community. But I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Any information on the suspect? Do you have anyone in custody?
We do not have anybody in custody at this time.
Are you guys looking for anyone?
Yes, we are.
Any details of who you're looking for?
I can't release any of that right now.
Did it happen inside or outside? Because we see a lot of the investigators are working outside currently.
Well, the investigators are canvassing the area for video surveillance, witnesses, and whatnot, but it did happen on the front of the residence outside.
They're out here for quite a while. It's been almost 10 hours since this happened. Any details on how long they'll be out here for?
Well, that I can't tell you, but obviously something happens in the middle of the night. We want to canvass the area again first thing in the morning when the sun comes up, just for see if we missed anything last night. So it's just about being thorough.
Any details on the suspect and the person who died? Do they know each other, their relations to each other?
I can't release that right now.
Any idea about, was there any other problems with this house? Is this house known to be a problem house? I understand it was like a car.
No, actually, so we don't have much contact with this residence or with the decedent, so can't comment on that.
Right on.
Any other questions?
Were there it seems like there were a lot of markers. Were there a lot of shots being fired?
Again, I'm not going to give out too many specifics as to the case, but he was deceased from multiple gunshot wounds, so.
And do you have any idea what kind of weapon it was?
Not releasing that.
And I assume if people have video surveillance, they just contact Winter Garden Police?
Yes, absolutely. With any additional information about the case, they can contact the Winter Garden Police Department, specifically Detective Sergeant Dave Clark or the lead detective, Detective Kevin Berger, and they can both be reached at our generic non-emergency number, 407-656-3636.
So that was the Winter Garden Police Department Captain Mike Mason. Not a whole lot of detail that came out of that, but a little bit of information there. They say that no one's in custody, no one's been arrested. They said they're looking for someone. Police have been out at that scene for quite a while, as you heard about. He didn't go into detail about why, but we will keep an eye on that, and we'll bring you new details as we get them. We'll continue following up on that situation. We also are learning more about a deputy who's been fired fired and arrested out of Citrus County. Troy Taylor arrested for misdemeanor battery on the job. Investigators say he was caught on a security camera inside a store where the sheriff says he made sexually inappropriate comments to an employee there. Sheriff David Vincent released a video on social media talking about this incident.
When I was elected to be your sheriff, I brought with me the core values that I stood on in my campaign and are now the values of our agency. Those three values are integrity, accountability, and service. Accountability to hold people accountable for their actions in our community, but also internally for the actions of our employees. Today, I regret to inform you of the arrest of Deputy Sheriff Troy Taylor for misdemeanor battery. On August 14th at approximately 7 p.m., Deputy Taylor was on duty and entered the Target store in Lecanto to inform employees of a suspicious activity in the area. Upon approaching the customer service counter, Deputy Taylor encountered the victim, who was wearing a collar-type necklace with a metal loop on it. The victim asked if Deputy Taylor was there for a parking lot accident, and he responded with inappropriate comments that were sexual in nature. While doing this, Deputy Taylor reached for the loop on the necklace with his finger and pulled the victim towards him. After releasing the victim, he continued with inappropriate comments and asked her age. According to witnesses, the victim was noticeably uncomfortable and quickly walked away. Deputy Taylor followed her beyond the customer service counter for a brief time and then left the store. Later that evening at approximately 10 p.m., the victim contacted our agency to make a complaint with an on-duty supervisor. On Saturday, August 15th, a follow-up was conducted at the Target store to obtain any video inside the store of this incident. Although the video did not contain audio, the victim's statements matched what was seen on the video. It is also noteworthy that Deputy Taylor failed to activate his body camera in violation of agency policy. At that time, I ordered that Deputy Taylor be placed on administrative leave upon his return to work and that an internal affairs investigation and a criminal complaint be opened on Deputy Taylor. As a result of the criminal investigation and review of the facts by the 5th Judicial Circuit State Attorney's Office, a warrant was issued for 1 count of battery in violation of Florida Statute 784.03. Deputy Taylor was arrested this morning at his residence without incident and transported to the Citrus County Jail. Upon arriving at the jail, his employment was terminated from the Citrus County Sheriff's Office. It is hard to properly convey my level of disappointment in Deputy Taylor. His actions violate public trust in law enforcement and do not represent the great work or the men and women here at the Citrus County Sheriff's Office. I have zero tolerance for those who decide to tarnish the reputation of our Sheriff's Office and the profession that I care deeply about. To the victim in this case, thank you for coming forward. Because of your courage, you have allowed us to act swiftly and justly on your behalf to rid our profession of a bad actor. I would like to conclude by thanking our criminal investigations section for their swift work in this case, as well as State Attorney Bill Gladson and his team for their timely review of the facts in this case.
And so that's what we're learning about that case involving the Citrus County deputy, as you heard, fired and arrested, facing a charge of misdemeanor battery. Getting ready to take another break here on Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look back in Holmes County. You see investing in rural Florida. That the sign what we expect to hear about from Governor DeSantis. We'll also see if he takes some questions, unclear if he will, at the end of this event. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look in Bonifay, up in the Panhandle, Holmes County, where Governor DeSantis just walked to the podium a moment ago, talking about some grants for small and rural Florida communities, infrastructure funds, things like that. So let's go ahead and listen in.
20 countries. Now it's about $1.85 trillion in less than 8 years. You've seen that much growth, and it's been something that is so from 2019 to 2025, we've led the nation in economic growth. Our economy's grown the most during that period of time. And that's great. We're number one in business, new business formations during that period of time. We have, you want to talk about fiscal responsibility, the national debt just hit $40 trillion. And I posted on social media in the 90s, like when I was going in high school and stuff, our debt was $4 or $5 trillion, and people thought that was a big deal at the time. And they even proposed a balanced budget amendment to the Constitution, which passed with 2/3 in the U.S. House and was one vote away from passing the U.S. Senate and being sent to the states for ratification. I happen to support that. I think it was going to be good. But just think about it. They were going to do that with $5 trillion debt. And had they done that, it would have prevented a lot of the debt that we've seen accumulated. But I know people at the time were talking about the trajectory might not be good if you didn't do something. But I don't think a lot of people thought 30 years later you'd go from $5 trillion to $40 trillion. And yet that's what's happened. It's almost like on autopilot now. And some people say, oh, it can't be done. You really can't fix it. It's just that. Well, in the state of Florida, we have reduced our budget 4 years in a row. So the budget today that we are living under, that I signed in June, is spending less than last year, spending less than the year before that, and spending less than 3 years before that. How many other places can say that they've reduced the budget 4 years in a row, especially during a period of inflation? How are we spending this? Well, we have 23.5 million people now in Florida, and I always tell people, you don't have me, saying, oh, please move to Florida, please, because, yeah, look, it's a free country, but it can get crowded in some places, right? We have certain culture, and some areas, aren't really interested in seeing into development. So I'm not recruiting people to come, but the reality is we've got a lot of states that continue to shoot themselves in the foot with their idiotic policies. So people see that and they want to go to greener pastures. So Florida is about 23.5 million people. The closest state to us is New York State in population, 19.5 million. We have 4 million more people than New York State does, and yet state of Florida's budget's $117 billion. New York State's budget, $268 billion. More than double, way more than double our budget. Now, I don't know, how many folks from Holmes make their way up to New York, but if you were to fly into JFK Airport and drive into Manhattan, it's bumpity, 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 but it's motion sickness. I mean, like the roads aren't. So where is all this money going? They're taxing people, they're spending, and ultimately, it's just never going to work because you can't just keep taxing and taxing more and more, especially when it causes individuals and businesses to flee. So we've been on the vanguard of that. And the state of Florida today, the size of the government, when I became governor to now, we have fewer government workers working for the state today than we did in 2019. How many other places can say that they've actually reduced government? I mean, I hear these Republicans around the country who for less government, and then they vote to expand government. I mean, at some point, you gotta get with the program and give the voters what you promised them. We've delivered what we've promised in terms of small government, and we're proud of that. And of course, we have a AAA credit rating across the board. We've done, I believe in paying down debt. So yes, we're reducing spending, running surpluses, but we've also paid down on an accelerated basis over half of the state's total debt for its entire history just since I've become governor. So that's 7.5 years, and we've knocked off, I think it's going to end up being 52% by the year's end of that debt has been retired. We have the lowest per capita debt in the United States of America now. That's a good thing. It's a lot easier. You charge it on the credit card and then just let someone else's problem. No, we're going to do that. We're going to be responsible. We're going to pay it off. So there's all these things that are going on in Florida. We've done a lot of great things. But from really day one, I made it very clear that rural Florida was an integral part of not only our economy, but also our culture and our way of life. And we've done a lot to validate that and to support that over the years. I mean, as I mentioned, when we come, we usually come bearing gifts, and we've been able, this building right here was one of the things that we helped do with state funds, and we're happy to have done that. But we recognize, and especially thinking about America 250 and thinking about the history, I mean, I see some of the folks here from some of the counties. I mean, we brought a great Liberty Bell to Liberty County, a replica of the Liberty Bell, had a great ceremony there. Amazing Andrew Jackson. Now, he wasn't a founding father, but it was very integral in the establishment of Florida. And we did that in Jackson. They already had one in Pensacola, so we did it in Jackson County. And I don't know if we have folks from Jackson here, but it was an unbelievable, massive statue. I think it's because we've got a lot of these more liberal states have kind of turned against American history, and so they're taking statutes down. Well, if I can get James Madison and George Washington at a 50% discount, I'm going to do that for Florida. Are you kidding me? We're going to get that done. So we have Washington in Washington County, beautiful. Thomas Jefferson in Jefferson County, Ben Franklin, Franklin County, Hamilton in Hamilton County, as I mentioned, Madison, Monroe, all the way down to the Florida Keys we've done. Of course, the Liberty Bell. We have the, in the state capitol, I got a lone statue of George Washington from Mount Vernon, and that is in our state capitol right now. Amazing. We also have Ponce de Leon there because, people talk about Plymouth Rock and talk about some of this. Florida was the first European discovery in North America, and we were older from European discovery than New England is, and St. Augustine is the oldest continually operating European settled city in the entire North American continent. So we were not one of the original 13 colonies, but man, we got a lot of history, and so we're proud of it. So we've been doing a lot of that to celebrate America 250, but if you think about the history, Florida, for most of that history, was Pensacola to Jacksonville, and that was where people were. You didn't have people, very few, you have people further south, and you really didn't see a lot of population there until you got something that is necessary to survive in August in Florida, air conditioning. And before you had air conditioning, it was tough. Well, it's tough. It can be tough in North Florida too. But we were in Orlando, in the center part of the state yesterday. Man, it was hot. It was hot. It was humid. We've had some big heat waves this year. So it's been interesting to see that. But the northern part of the state was really the entire state for a huge chunk for the colonial period, when the Spanish and the British and all that, and then when we got it in the United States all the way until statehood and then beyond, really for most of the history was that. And I think there's great history there. There's a great culture that's developed in rural Florida. And local communities have a chance to make a lot of decisions, but I think it's important that we preserve the rural character of many of our great rural communities. I know people here feel very strongly about that. There's a time and a place for like a beachfront condo or something that they've done in Miami and all that. It's fine. But that's not what everybody wants in terms of what they want to be in Florida, and so we want to make sure that character is preserved. There's a lot of charm in old Florida. My wife and I have gone and peek into some of these places here or there, try to go a little under the radar. It's hard to get under the radar with me nowadays. It's just the way it is. When you've been governor for a long time and have done a lot, people tend to know who you are. And honestly, it's like Holmes County, I don't know what I got. I know I got at least 90% of the vote here in Holmes County, and I know I got it 90 or close in a lot of the other counties that we're talking about. So it's good. It's all good. But we've just been a big believer. So from a cultural perspective, from a historical perspective, but also, from a targeted economic development perspective, you've got great opportunities. Build industry, do targeted investments, and You got a great place when you're in Northwest Florida. You got access to veterans coming out of some of these duty stations. Obviously, you've got locals that can come through schools and trade schools and all these cool things that we've really worked very hard to do. So I've always told my
Governor DeSantis speaking live right now. We're going to step aside, take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. We are monitoring this SpaceX launch. It looks like there may be a hold at 28 seconds. Let's listen in and see if they are talking about what the issue is here. All right, so no insight just yet on what might be the issue, but now that live stream has effectively ended, it appears things will not be continuing right now. We'll keep an eye on that. Let's go ahead and get you back live right now, though, to Governor DeSantis speaking up in the Panhandle right now about some investments in rural Florida. Let's go ahead and listen in.
So just the fact, you know, I can bring $50 million to Miami and no one cares. I mean, like maybe some, but they don't appreciate as much just because they get it. There's a lot of money down, right? When you bring some of these awards to rural, people really appreciate it and they're thankful for it. And not that that's like the main criteria, but the reality is when you're there and you show up and you do, people are thankful. They do appreciate it. And I've noticed that over the years, and we're happy to continue to be able to do it here today. So, all right. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to have everyone line up with their checks. So I'm going to call you guys up. I'll hand you the checks. Maybe start there and we'll come, and then we'll do a nice big snap for everybody. Okay, City of Bonifay, 1.5. Yeah. Holmes County, 75K. City of Bluntstown, 1.18 million smackers. There you go. Bristol, City of Bristol, 786,000. There you go. City of Gretna, $1.26 million. Franklin County, $1.8 million. Franklin? There we go. Liberty County, $1.26 million. Town of Malone, $622,000. Appalachia Regional Planning Council. City of Chipley. City of Freeport. City of Freeport and Town of Century. You guys move down this way.
I'll get to the back.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Should we maybe go in? Yeah. Everybody just move up kind of closer. There we go.
Everyone just smile. 3, 2, 1.
All right. Good deal. Yep. Well, congratulations on those awards. As I said, we have other grants that we're going to be distributing. Hopefully that you don't see me in Northwest Florida on the heels of any tropical weather. Hopefully we can just get through and not have to deal with that this year, and then we'll be in really good shape. All right, Alex Kelly.
Well, Governor, thank you so much, and thank you all for being here today. Governor, you stressed something multiple times that I think is the reality of these awards and how we got here today, which is being in the communities, being here, being present. This past year, you've pushed us that direction. This past year, we did a world tour throughout the entire state, always 2 to 3 counties at a time, working with the state Small Business Development Center Network, Career Source Florida, other partners, and in every case, we came to communities like those who we're here with today, spent time, brought the state small business services into the communities, and also really spent time with those partners talking about the sites, the infrastructure that needed support. Most of those infrastructure awards, Governor, as you know, were water, wastewater, sewer related, and I think any community here would say that if you don't address those things, then that at some point business tops out, the job creation tops out. You've got to have that infrastructure for long-term business creation, a foundation for job creation, and the strategic planning awards. Every one of those represents a community that has a vision, and they're just trying to figure out that way forward, how to be strategic, use resources wisely, and meet their needs. I want to thank just a few folks. I will say this: the legislative delegation from this part of the state is without a doubt the most vocal legislative delegation that we have. North Florida, we hear from our North Florida legislators more than any others about the needs of the communities by far. Groups like Opportunity Florida, Florida's Great Northwest, all incredible partners who've helped also inform these grants and just make sure that, again, we understand the pulse of what the communities need. So thank you, Governor, for your leadership, and just thank all of you for so many times over opening your doors and having great conversations with us to get here today. Thank you all.
Okay. It's interesting, kind of. So when I became governor, you have priorities, but like one of the things I told the guys, I said, listen. There's a lot of folks that, quite frankly, they don't give a darn what we do in Tallahassee. They just want to be left alone. But the only time they may look to us is when we have these disasters, a hurricane or something like that. And I was like, we need to look at what's happened in recent years, and we need to make sure that we're doing that, correcting things that people want to see better and all that. And so, we worked hard to prepare. I mean, I remember like Hurricane Ian. We had all these 50,000 linemen waiting. Storm comes and they're in rehooking up everyone's power, and you had millions of people back on within like 48 hours, whereas that used to take 3-4 weeks sometimes in some of those areas. And so we do that, some of the rapid response, all these, and it's important, and there's a lot of things that go into that.
Governor DeSantis continuing to speak right now in Bonifay. I want to get you to this Jaylen Edgar trial right now in Orlando. They are showing some surveillance video here. I do want to caution you, viewer discretion is advised, but they just played this video at full speed, and it did not show anything graphic, but they are going to go through some of the frames. It's essentially showing some of the panic that ensued in the moments after. Unclear if Jaylen Edgar, we know he was wearing a yellow shirt, that he may be included in one of the frames here. But we'll go ahead and listen in as with an investigator on the stand, they kind of break down some of this footage here.
And is that the individual that a firearm was removed out of his pants by Officer Merckx?
Yes, ma'am.
And showing the second shooting, Southview. All right, I'm gonna pause right now. Again, this is, those two vehicles are both yours and Officer Mercado's, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and are we on the corner of Washington and Orange?
Yes, ma'am.
And what can we see in this video? Can you identify where the Orange Avenue is?
Orange Avenue is directly, I'm sorry, it's hard to explain, but where that light pole is with the white sign on it, it's the road to the left of it.
Okay.
And then Washington Street is the closer street where the camera's looking over.
If I'm looking down the street from this angle, is
That's
that
down Orange Avenue? Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Off to the right of this video, I think it says the
corner bar.
What is that?
The corner's another bar. It's a chain of bars from the patio all the way down to 64 North.
Okay, what's 64 North?
It's another bar.
Okay. And you mentioned the Beecham. Where's the Beecham on this video?
The Beecham is the next bar south of 64 North, where that sign, it's in the top right corner. It says 64. That's 64 North, and the next establishment is the Beecham.
Okay. So that the awning that you can see on there.
Yes, ma'am, right there.
Is that the Beecham?
I'm not sure if that awning belongs to the Beecham or 64 North, but it is right there, yes, ma'am.
And they're right next to each other?
Yes, ma'am. They have a door that connects on the inside.
Now, you mentioned an alleyway, and we saw the video of the alleyway. Where is that alleyway, the best that you can explain to the jury in this video?
The closest thing to see would be on the kind of the farthest side of the picture. The yellow sign with the white light on it that's kind of bright. Right next to that, the brown awning is La Rosa. The yellow sign is Pipe and Pouch. It's the smoke shop. And then just south of that is La Rosa, the nightclub that is directly next to the alleyway.
Okay. So that brown awning being La Rosa.
La Rosa,
right?
yes, ma'am.
And the alleyway is right up next to that brown?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, this might help a little bit. All right, just for the record purposes, I've magnified it to show. So where my mouse is right now, this what appears to be a brown awning, is that what you're talking about, is La Rosa?
Yes, ma'am.
And that alleyway would be south of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then this yellow awning was the smoke shop?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct. Let's move to the right. You mentioned earlier, you said the 64.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
And the camera that we saw that faces the alleyway, is that located right between that awning at the Beecham
And that sign, yes, ma'am.
and that sign? Okay. I'm going to zoom back out, and we can zoom back in if we need to. I go ahead and play it. Okay. I just stopped it at 12 seconds. The officer that's right where my mouse is, who's that?
That is me, ma'am.
The lights have been turned on to the patrol cars, so does this mean that the first shooting has already happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Pause it at 1 minute and 40 seconds. Do you see yourself on the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are you, and where my mouse is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are you doing at this moment in time?
At that moment in time, I already saw the defendant shooting into the crowd. So I saw that he was running towards Washington Street and behind the vehicle. So I was waiting, trying to cut him off to see when he came from behind the vehicle.
At this time, the state is showing defense what's been pre-marked as states W. This is the answer because it's just a montage putting all the clips together.
Including the one we just saw?
All the ones that we just did.
Okay, so I'm going to object this one.
Yeah.
So what number is that again?
W.
W, okay.
I think we may need to approach.
We don't have to approach. Okay. I can just...
State Roads and Evidence, it was pre-marked as states W as the next number to click.
Judge, objection based on previous discussion at the bench.
Judge, just so...
Do we need to approach it first? Come on up.
So you saw some of that surveillance video showing the first and second shootings downtown Orlando. The takedown of the suspect as that officer on the stand narrated and kind of walked us through what we were seeing on that video. And then you saw the tackling of who police say is Jaylen Edgar, who is now seated at that defendant's table, you see, on trial for charges in connection with that deadly shooting. 2 people died. We know others were injured. You saw in that video the panic that ensued in the moments after that. And so this trial just began this morning with opening statements. Jury selection took the first 3 days of this week, and so this trial expected to last several more days. We know there are a couple dozen of witnesses that prosecutors are going to call. Unclear what the defense's case might be if they put one on. They did not deliver an opening statement this morning. That is something of note. And so just the prosecution delivered an opening statement. They are, well, it appears they may have resolved whatever issue took them to the bench right now, or maybe not. On second thought. So we'll keep monitoring this trial. We're going to listen in to that some more as it continues today through the rest of the week as well. Also will likely continue into next week. All right, let's go ahead and listen in and see what happens next here in this trial with the officer remains on the stand.
He has no further questions.
Thank you.
The last videos that you just saw, you were not in the location where the alley and these people were. That's not correct.
No, sir, I was not in the alley.
And in fact, if I recall your testimony, well, that night you were at another location, and that was generally your area of focus that night, correct?
For that night I was stationed at Washington and Orange, that intersection.
Okay. And in fact, you never actually saw any shooting, you just heard the shots?
Negative, I observed the shooting.
Well, at one point you said you saw him shoot through the crowd. The first shot, you never saw it, correct?
The first shooting at Central and Orange, no, sir.
Okay. What, did you actually saw anyone being shot?
I observed a gentleman shooting a firearm. I did not observe any victim at the time.
Okay, so you never, in answer to my question, you never actually observed anyone being shot, correct?
Never saw any bullets go into any people, no.
Okay. And when did you view that video that you testified to?
Seen it multiple times.
A week ago, a month ago, yesterday, when?
Saw it in January once when we were initially supposed to go to trial.
Okay.
Saw it the night of the shooting, the morning of the shooting.
Okay.
I saw it at the police station. I saw it on the news multiple times.
Okay, that exact video. I'm talking about the one that the state showed you, that USB drive.
That video I saw, the first time I saw it was in January, that USB.
Okay. All right. Now, obviously, even though you were patrolling a different area, you weren't looking in the direction where the first person was shot, and it wasn't really focused on that until you heard the shot, correct?
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking. If I was looking southbound or...
If you don't understand, let me try to explain it rather than you.
Yes, sir.
You're in one location, and part of your responsibility is to make sure that everything goes moving. No fights, no shooting, none of those things, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's your focus.
Yes, sir.
You're there, then you hear the first shot, correct?
Yes, sir.
So your attention was drawn to the area of the first shot after you heard the shot, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you weren't really looking up there trying to see who was...
Cross-examination of this officer continuing right now. I've got to take another break this hour here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Noon on this Thursday, and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. A couple of things we're keeping an eye on right now. First, let me give you a live look in Bonifay, Florida. That's up in the Panhandle in Holmes County, where Governor DeSantis has been speaking about some rural investments, rural development plans, handing out some infrastructure grants to a number of cities and counties up in that part of North Florida. And he's been continuing to speak about some of those investments and some of how Florida is handling fiscal policy, that kind of thing. We're keeping an eye on this. We listened into it a little bit earlier when the governor and Commerce Secretary first spoke. We'll continue to monitor this. We are also watching to see if the governor takes any questions at this event. But we are, over the past few minutes, we have been listening in to the Jaylen Edgar trial that's going on in Orange County right now, where we are hearing testimony and seeing some surveillance video played out today that shows some of the shots being fired, that shows the takedown of the suspect who was arrested and now facing charges and now on trial. So let's go ahead and listen in for a few more minutes here as we hear from this officer who just a few moments ago, if you were with us, we saw surveillance video showing the takedown of that suspect. Let's go ahead and listen in.
You see La Rosa?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you see individuals coming in and out of the alleyway?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you see the Beecham?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you see 64?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you see people walking up and down from your blocking patrol cars up Orange Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked on cross-examination about whether the defendant was aiming at a particular person, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Call that. Were you right next to the defendant?
No, ma'am.
Okay. When you first saw him, did you see the first shot?
No, ma'am.
Did you see, as he is running, exactly what he was looking at?
No, ma'am.
No further questions.
Officer Hernandez, step down. May he step down?
Yes, Judge, and you may be pleased.
Thank you, Officer.
You are.
And Judge, just so you know, because I think he may have also received a subpoena from him. We are not going to call him. He may have received it from my office as well.
Thank you. You're released from subpoena. Thank you. You may call your next witness.
State calls Officer Andrew Marks.
Andrew Mertz.
From the deputies. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your full name for the court reporter?
Officer Andrew Merks. Last name is M-E-R-K-S.
How are you currently employed?
With the City of Orlando Police.
How long have you been with them?
Going on 12 years.
What is your current assignment with them?
Special Operations Division, K-9 unit.
K-9, is that the dog? Okay, so what specific training do you have that allows you to do that?
I've gone through a 480-hour school with 2 separate dogs, which brings me an FDLE certification to be a K-9 handler. I went through a shortened school with a third dog because he was prior certified, as was I, to gain another FDLE certification. I've also been through the FDLE certified K-9 instructor course, which is a week-long school, 8 hours.
Do you have any law enforcement experience prior to Orlando Police Department?
I do.
And where was that at?
4 years in the United States Air Force as a military policeman and almost 7 years with the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
Did you have to go through the police academy with the sheriff's office?
Yes, I did.
Did you have to do that again with OPD?
No, I did not.
Back in October October 31st.
Another officer now on the stand in this Jaylen Edgar trial that we're keeping an eye on. We saw some surveillance video just a little bit ago that showed the moments after that. We will continue monitoring this on this Thursday as that trial gets underway. Again, opening statements just this morning. So still a lot to happen in that trial. We're keeping a close eye on that. Oh, well, we want to shift gears here a little bit and talk some more politics here. It's been a big election week. We've been speaking with a number of the candidates who have won their primaries and now head to a general election coming up this fall. The campaign already underway. Very busy time for many of these candidates. And we are pleased to be joined this afternoon by Senator Ashley Moody, who easily won her primary earlier this week and now is set to run against Angie Nixon, Democratic Socialist candidate here in the state of Florida. Senator Moody, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us today.
Great to be with you. Thanks for inviting me.
So first, I want to just get your reaction to your results and your race in the primary this week. I know this is the first time you're running for Senate, so a little bit of a different new thing for you. I know you've run for statewide office here in Florida before, but just your take on what we saw happen on Tuesday.
Yeah, and thank you for your description of that I easily won my primary. Of course, when you're in it and you're traveling the state and meeting with constituents and asking them to hire you to do the important work of representing them and their government, it never feels easy, but certainly my team worked incredibly hard. They all feel very much called to this effort to make sure Florida stays the most free state in the nation, and we were really excited to pull out a victory on Tuesday night. Certainly there couldn't be a race in the country that has two more different candidates that stand for different ideals, different appreciation of this country, certainly. And I look forward to putting that on full display before the November election.
Well, maybe I should have said handily. You won handily more so than easily then, because we certainly know a lot of work goes into all those campaigns every time, no matter what the race is. So that's a good point. Now let's talk about your opponent. A bit of a surprise, and by a bit of a surprise, I say, I mean, a pretty big shock that State Representative Angie Nixon was able to defeat Alex Vindman in that race. That is a result that has been getting national headlines over the past few days. I'm curious what you make of Representative Nixon coming out of that Democratic primary and now your opponent coming up in November.
Yeah, I think it's a really sad reflection of the state of the media these days. And, you know, I just have to say, as I was traveling the state, I would tell reporters when they would ask me very assuming questions about who my general opponent would be, they never would bring up Angie Nixon. And I kept telling them, I assure you, I know you want the race to look a certain way, but I assure you there is a Democratic primary and you probably need to be paying attention to Angie Nixon. And so as everybody keeps talking about this shock Democratic primary result, I really have to say, I think it's because the media did a disservice to Floridians and not shining a light on this really dangerous, destructive candidate that is Angie Nixon. She's a self-proclaimed radical, a self-proclaimed DSA member, which is the I Hate America Party. And just for those that aren't familiar, the platform is, which she has said very proudly she supports, is defunding law enforcement, defunding military, releasing criminals into the communities, doing away with our prisons, non-citizen voting, taking over private markets. I mean, I could go on and on and on, and there really could not be, and I said this before, two more different candidates. You know me, I've been on your show before. I am all about supporting law and order and law enforcement. Not only was I federal prosecutor, I was a judge for over a decade, the attorney general. I'm married to a cop. I fought Biden's open border and all his lawless policies on behalf of Florida, and we won in court. I pushed back on big government control of markets during COVID, and that's one of the reasons Florida had the fastest growing economy of all of our states. I could go on and on, but we have shown in Florida, the Florida way works. you stick true to common sense, protecting your people and making sure you protect individual rights, that is the recipe for success. They are about the opposite. So I think when you get to November, there's going to be a clear difference in the choices for United States Senate. As you know, I'm currently the United States Senator for Florida. I have been delivering wins while all these folks are trying to one up who can be the biggest communist. I'm going to keep working for making sure this country continues to work for the American people, that it stands for their prosperity, their pursuit of happiness, protecting their liberty, protecting life. I am a proponent of that, and I'm going to keep delivering wins while these people try to outmaneuver, outstunt, out-chaos one another.
I want to ask you about a recent statement from the Democratic Socialists of America, because we've talked about the DSA ties, obviously, for your opponent, Angie Nixon. They called Fidel Castro an organizer, a fighter, a stalwart symbol of anti-imperialist struggle and self-determination for the global South. We know that there's a sizable Cuban population diaspora here in the state of Florida that might characterize Fidel Castro and his rule in Cuba a little bit differently than that. Do you think comments like that are going to be an albatross for your opponent? And how do you think Floridians respond to hearing things like that?
That statement is tragic. It is a gut punch to every person in Florida who has family or friends that are still in these failed nation states that oppress and traffic their own people. They imprison their own people. They have had government control the private markets, and now you have bread lines and blackouts, and that is communism. That is Fidel Castro's revolution that he promised would be for and by the working people. That sounds very familiar, right? That is Angie Nixon. That is her I Hate America party. That is what she stands up for. And I will never bend a knee to the insanity that is communism, socialism, a con that tricks people into handing over their individual liberty to government, and that government then comes in and tries to take over everything about their lives. That has played out time and time again. We know from some of the reports that have come out that communist regimes throughout this nation, our foreign adversaries, are feeding into and propping up the propaganda of organizations like the DSA. They are pushing those narratives. And anyone that is espousing that ideology or supporting that is working for the enemies of the United States of America that would like nothing more to see us be set on fire and burned from within. I am the opposite. I stand strong for freedom. I stand strong for the United States of America. And certainly I will do everything I can to fight as the United States Senator for the people of Florida.
I want to have you to talk, kind of policy-wise here about what message, what vision you can sell voters on as to why they should send you back to the Senate. What maybe your top priority would be in a next term or something like that.
Yeah, my top priority is making sure the people's government works for them with their interests in mind, serves the people as it was structured originally 250 years. This is a government of the people, for the people. And I am making sure that we're delivering wins for them. So for example, when we talk about making sure our folks can live and prosper and pursue happiness, we actually delivered no tax on Social Security, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, which is helping a lot of our first responders and others. We actually delivered for child investment accounts for every baby born in America. Never been done. That is going to set them up for the future. We actually delivered on more educational resources.
It looks like we may be having some technical issues there, may have lost our connection with Senator Moody. We will do our best to get her back there, but we did have a good conversation there. You heard her talking about what her focus might be, what some of her priorities might be moving forward. We are going to go ahead and take our first break this hour here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
All right, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We have reestablished our connection with Senator Ashley Moody, who is gracious enough to continue joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. So, Senator Moody, I want to let you at least answer that question again in full here, because we cut you off a little bit. But I was asking you about what your vision is, what you telling voters about what your priorities, what your plans would be if they send you back to the Senate.
Yeah, as I just was saying, I think it's so important to be showing movement and wins and productivity for the people that sent you up there to do their work. And like I said, we were successful in delivering historic tax cuts, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, childhood investment accounts, even educational resources. But look, I got to Washington, I got busy right away. I was named one of the busiest freshman senators. I just got awarded by a bipartisan organization as one of the best constituent services in the nation. No other senator had ever done that after 1 year in office. I did that. I delivered for Florida. We've already passed bills. We're making sure that folks' government is working for them, delivering for them. I am so proud of what we've been able to achieve. I don't just sit back and complain. I don't just sit back and say, this is what should be different. I get in there, roll up my sleeves, and get it done. And that's what folks can expect of me. That's what I did as Attorney General, and that's what I'll keep doing as Florida's United States Senator.
Senator, what's next for you on the campaign? I believe you're speaking tonight at this RPOF event. Is that correct?
Yeah, we have an event tonight where we're pulling together all kinds of folks that want to push forward in a very unified way to make sure our message is heard by Florida leading into the November election. This is going to be a real clear decision. Are you happy with Florida and how we have pushed government out of your lives, allowed our families, our communities, our businesses to prosper? We have the lowest tuition, the highest graduation rate. We're the number 14 economy in the world. We lead in entrepreneurship and new business formation. We're breaking education records. I could go on and on. Florida's way, making sure you have common sense policies and you keep communities safe, that has worked. The rest of the nation is now trying to copy us. I was so proud to be a part of the leadership that set forth those policies during a time when the country went mad. I am so proud to now be Florida's fighter in DC to make sure that we keep our eye on the ball. We're not going to go backwards in Florida. There'll be a resounding victory in November because we in Florida are so proud of what we've accomplished together.
Well, Senator Ashley Moody, we appreciate your time, and thanks so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Great to be with you. Thank you for your time.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. NASA has announced that it's officially canceling its attempt to rescue the Swift Observatory. We have talked about how its orbit was dropping, and so NASA essentially kind of launched this rescue mission to try to boost its orbit. It was something that was hopefully going to be something that would be successful and that could also be helpful for the future. But we now know that this mission didn't exactly go as planned, and now they're pulling the plug on it. And so joining us live now to talk about this is Zach Aubert, who is CEO of the Launchpad Network, and he's actually joining us live right now from Iceland. Zach, you might be our first international guest here on Fox 35 News Plus. So first, I have to ask you about your trip. How cool is that?
It's been incredible. People of Iceland are amazing. This is where my family's from, so it's been great to meet relatives and be here for the eclipse and get to travel around the country.
Yeah, that's really neat. I'm glad you're having a great time, and we appreciate you making time for us here on Fox 35 News Plus to talk about this, because this is a pretty big development and something that we've been keeping an eye on for several weeks now. We knew there were some issues with this mission. So what happened? What went wrong? And why is NASA now deciding, you know what, we can't salvage this, we're just going to pull the plug?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's about a month and a half ago, we had the launch from a Pegasus rocket, which we don't see launched that often. It's been quite a while since we've seen one. Unfortunately, when Link, the spacecraft that was going to dock with Swift, got up into orbit, it had some attitude control thruster issues, and it started to have a spin. Now, it didn't sound like it was a catastrophic spin. Teams were working on trying to stabilize it and try to, rescue the mission for the rescue mission. But ultimately, they were having communication issues with that spin. Obviously, you don't have a consistent downlink from your antennas. And they've done as much as they can, and ultimately now we've had this call that they've decided that they're not going to boost the Swift spacecraft. Now, it does sound like they may be still attempting to do a rendezvous and docking to the vehicle to prove out that some of this technology still works. As you said, this is a first of its kind, trying to go rescue a satellite in orbit rather than just replacing it, which is what we've always done. So hopefully there's still something they can get out of this, but ultimately, unfortunately, the Swift telescope's going to meet its demise in the next few months.
Yeah, talk about that. What does its demise look like? Is that something that's going to come crashing back to Earth?
Yeah, basically. I'm sure NASA's got a rough idea of where it's going to come in. I'm sure they'll release that to the public, but this will be an uncontrolled reentry. So we normally don't really talk about those much with satellites because they're not really a big deal. I'm not sure this one is necessarily something they're ultra too worried about for size. It's not a China core stage booster coming back. So they're going to be keeping an eye on it. I'm sure we'll get updates on kind of the rough trajectory of where they think it'll come in as the sun slows this vehicle down and as the Earth's atmosphere begins to grab it in a few months from now.
Would parts of it potentially burn up in the atmosphere, or are we going to see just a whole big satellite plop down somewhere?
I'd expect most of it to probably break up. There's always a chance that just, satellites make it through. We've seen that with different parts of Dragon even that weren't supposed to be designed to make it through reentry that have. So, but most of it should break up, similar to the International Space Station. The solar rays, everything that's sticking out from it, that'll definitely break up. The core structure, it ultimately might, some of it make through, but nothing that, we're not evacuating cities over this.
No pun intended here, but what's the fallout from this? I mean, this was a mission that NASA was hoping would be successful, that maybe could set the stage for future abilities to boost other satellites and other things that may be having similar issues. If I'm not mistaken, I believe the Hubble telescope is kind of losing some of its orbit as well. So what happens now if this mission wasn't successful?
Yeah, I think NASA's tried to set the expectations from the beginning that this was almost a test mission. Swift was coming down. Now, if this works, they got more life out of it. I think Jared Isaacman came out even today and said, ultimately this isn't what they were hoping for. They were hoping to get years more of data and study from the Swift telescope, which has been offline already now. I think it was earlier this year, even late last year, when they started to reserve power to try to save as much time as they could with it. Ultimately, though, they're learning from this. As we said, this is the first of its kind. In many ways, if you want to think of it, it's kind of similar idea to DART, the double asteroid redirection test. We had a destination that we can't control. We've launched something to it, And it does sound like they're still going to try to do a rendezvous and maybe even a docking to it, but I don't believe they have enough trust in those reaction control thrusters that they want to risk trying to boost it, because I think in the end that is a greater risk that if they boost it and they lose attitude control, you could be sending this into a different orbit that is in the way of something else, rather than just letting it demise where we know it's going to come back down relatively safely.
All right, so what's next here, Zach? What do we need to be watching for?
Ooh, big missions later this year. Obviously, we're all waiting to see what happens with Starship S-40, whether it gets back to the U.S. in one piece or not. Next Starship flights, we've got the Griffin launch to the moon later this year. Things are getting busy at NASA and in the space industry. It's a really exciting time that you can't look away or you're going to miss something, and a lot of firsts coming up.
Always something to watch. It seems like these days, so much space news, so many things happening along Florida Space Coast, especially. It's fun to watch, fun to be part of. Zach Aubert, CEO of the Launchpad Network. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. And what's next on your tour there in Iceland?
I am jumping on a ship in about 5 minutes, and we're heading out to sea to go do some fishing. So hopefully some fresh cod tonight. And then see some more family tomorrow, and then I'm headed back to headquarters in Edmonton, Canada, to catch up on 2 weeks of work that I've let slide. So, but it's been worth it.
Well, I'm glad you've had a great trip away. Good luck fishing today, and thanks for taking the time with us.
Thanks for having me, as always.
As we go to break here, let me go ahead and give you a live update or a live look right now at Space Launch Complex 40, because we do have a little bit more of an update after that launch was scrubbed earlier today, the launch of the Starlink satellites. SpaceX essentially saying that they are going to try again tomorrow for liftoff on this, but they say the vehicle and payload remain healthy. All they said, they are standing down from this launch today. Well, we're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you live to Jacksonville right now, where you see attorney Ben Crump and some family members as well, talking about and demanding body camera footage from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office after a deadly officer-involved shooting. This was something that happened August 11th, so about a week and a half ago. There was a woman, Asia Bennett, who was shot while holding a kitchen knife. Officers had responded to that home for a domestic violence call. Let's go ahead and listen in as Ben Crump and family members call for answers, call for the release of this video from the sheriff's office. And now we're hearing from some others, I believe family members at this news conference. Uncle of Asia Bennett here, who just stepped up to the podium.
She came into our life at some point to where she came more than just a niece. We took her on as parents, essentially. Meshed well with our family. The easiest child we had to deal with grades-wise, things like that matter to most parents. And she had a pretty decent, clear path of what she wanted to have in her life and her future. And like the other things that happen to us in life, common human shared experience, got around the wrong people maybe, or got off course a little. And so, of course, there was a point where she met somebody that maybe wasn't the best thing for her. And if you've ever been in that situation, it's just hard to tell your kids, no, get away. It doesn't work that way, especially if they're in love with them. So we tried to endear it the best we could. I even gave her a book called The Secret that says you can't change your life until you change the way you think. The first change needs to come by how you think. I didn't really see any impact for a while. But then she reached out to me just 2-3 weeks ago and said, hey, I read it and I'm making a roadmap for my life. Let's go get some lunch. Wow. I didn't get to have that lunch. Okay. Everybody in life goes through something where you've been around the wrong people. You get a chance to make a course correction. You change. Everyone usually gets a comeback story. We're never going to hear Asia's comeback story. So when I heard the news, I took my public servants at face value somewhat, that's what happened. But immediately I knew Asia's never been charged with anything before. So that opened up a door for me to be open-minded on both ways. We had to go to Asia's house and collect her belongings because we still feared the boyfriend could come back and take her personal effects. Helps with some large stuff. My wife's gathering small stuff. And here are the people who witnessed it. I can't help myself. I'm going to ask, well, what happened? And they were more than willing to tell me. And I started noticing quickly, all of a sudden, this isn't really adding up. And I don't know, maybe they were emotional. When the truth comes out, it's going to be different than probably everybody's original version because that's a high, intense, emotional moment. All I know is the gentleman told me multiple times that he was kept for 5 hours in the back of a car with no relief, couldn't talk to anybody. And I said, well, what was, waiting for your turn? No, they kept coming back and asking the same things over and over. And I said, I'm going to tell the truth. You take that for what it means. To me, it meant a lot. I talked to another person, and he mentioned the cadence of the pop, pop. I said, could you just kind of, instead of counting seconds, it's kind of hard to do, just recreate that for me. He goes, pop, pop. That is not enough time to, hey, you're still getting back up. But I don't know. I wasn't in that situation. Maybe the person was scared. That doesn't change. There's a difference between being qualified to be an officer and being competent. That's a big difference to me. Maybe in all said and done, things just go one way or the other. What needs to happen is we might need to consider changing how we, even the opening statement, or how we open up this kind of call. Set up, other states have it where there's counselors. Why? What, we can't afford it? We don't even, I don't understand that. But maybe that's where someone can help me. But until then, I would like some answers. Why on sometimes the body camera footage is out within hours? Why are we 9 days later and can't get any answers? Can't even get a 911 call? I don't know, maybe there is nothing to it. We'll make it easy on us as a family. Just, even if you don't want to make it public, come grab us, say, hey, here's what we got. There's a lot of ifs, ands, and what have you about this that you don't understand. But let's at least give you some peace of mind. That's all I'm saying. There needs to be some form of change to this. And at the end, if it was all right, I mean, systematically, if you knew the man had a restraining order, why didn't the first thing you do is put him in the car, handcuffs? Arrest him, or at least put him in there for questioning so he can't antagonize If she ran out of that door and saw him standing there right next to him, she would saw the whole, in her world, the whole world against her. And I think that's not a vision. If it's domestic violence, the person who called needs to be away from the officers or out of sight, out of mind. And maybe he was, but why wasn't he in the car? Why isn't he in the car now? He had a protective order. You had him in your possession. You didn't have to go look for him. Anyhow, there needs to be some change. It just does. This system is failing us. Even if we go, hey, we didn't mean to, well, let's make some changes for the future so another family doesn't have to go through this.
Amen.
And I'm telling you, it's a shame that no one got to see Asia's comeback story. We've all had that chance, and she didn't get hers.
Wow. Thank you so much, Anthony, for bearing your heart. I know how incredibly painful this must be. Please continue to pray for Asia's family who are dealing with this unimaginable loss. And please continue to pray for all domestic violence victims, because Asia Bennett is a poster child for domestic violence victims who, as her uncle said, are trying to have a comeback story. And Jacksonville Sheriff's Office should be part of the solution, not the person who kills any hope for the comeback that Asia was planning. And so we will continue to fight to get justice for Asia. And Sheriff TK and JSO, if the truth is on your side, there shouldn't be anything to hide. Release the video of the killing of Asia Bennett today. Hopefully, people all over Jacksonville who know people who are domestic violence victims, who know people in their family that are domestic violence victims, will join with the family of Asia Bennett and demand that JSO release the video. If you don't have anything to hide, if the truth is on your side, release the video immediately. With that, Attorney Lynch and I and the family will try to take some of your questions if you have any.
Mr. Trump, you've been involved in several cases related to JSO in the past few years. I'm just curious, do you feel like the pressure you've been putting on the agency has resulted in any meaningful change? And what are the current status on some of your active cases?
We're in litigation in many of the cases where they keep shooting people and killing them. So I don't know how you can use that as a yardstick to measure if they are taking heed to the citizens saying that you killed my family member unjustifiably. But I will say this, we have to keep trying to shine a light to these victims who we see are being killed unjustifiably or being abused unjustifiably. We have to continue to shine a light. Sunlight is the greatest disinfectant to injustice. And whether the injustice destroys the family love that was so vibrant, it disturbs the family harmony because one of their brightest lights are taken from the family. It doesn't matter whether the victim was white, black, brown, or red, whether they were poor or whether they were rich, whether they were homeless or whether they were affluent. All we care about is the truth to be a teachable moment for the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. And so the question is, how many more people have to lose their lives? How many more teachable moments do we have to have for the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office before they learn the lesson that we shouldn't shoot first and ask questions later? Attorney Lynch, you have anything to add to that? Okay. Thank you for the question. Any other questions?
Attorney Crump, I reached out to JSO this morning. They tell me that it takes at least 21 days for them to release the footage. What is your response to that statement?
You know, the problem with that statement, and you all live here in Jacksonville, y'all know oftentimes if they have somebody committing a crime or somebody doing something nefarious or inappropriate, Jacksonville Sheriff's Office always release that video immediately. If they got somebody doing something wrong, hurting a cop, injuring a cop, that video is released. But when the cop kills somebody, when the cop uses excessive force against somebody, then they say, oh, we got to delay, hoping that you will forget about it. Well, we're not going to forget about Asia Bennett. We're not going to forget about any of these citizens who deserve to have the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office protect and serve them, not shoot and kill them. That's what Asia Bennett deserved, for them to protect and serve her, not to shoot and kill her. She, if anybody, as Krista said, I mean, it was so heartbreaking listening to Krista say that she was the person who was going through the abuse, who needed the help from Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. She needed a helping hand, not bullets. That's not what a domestic violence needs when the police, the guardian angel finally shows up, and then they shoot the victim. How does that make sense? How does that make sense? And so they can release the video if they want to. The question that this family is asking is, what do they have to hide? That's the question we should all be asking. What does JSO have to hide? If the truth is on your side, release the video, Jacksonville. Release the video. Asia's funeral is going to be Monday at 11 a.m. You would hope that they would release the video before her funeral services to give the family some sense of peace as to what really happened. They reject Sheriff TK's version that she got up and was charging the officer again. We need to get the video and then match it up against the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office statement. They don't believe it. The witnesses have told them that's not how it happened. So, like I said, you can silence us all by releasing the video. Show us it was a justified shooting. Show us it was a justified shooting, and we will apologize, or you all show us the video, and if it was not a justified shooting, we want you all to be the bigger people as well, and you apologize to this family. Isn't that fair?
Yeah.
I mean,
transparency. We just want the truth. We're just here for the truth. We just want the truth. That's it. I think all of us deserve the transparency. We all live here as citizens, and we all need to feel like we are protected and safe, and that they're always going to be honest and have integrity when they deal with us and the rest of the community.
Wow. And Attorney Lynch is going to also comment, but remember this, y'all. Domestic violence touches a lot of us. Today, it was Crystal and Anthony's family. It was Asia Bennett's family. If we don't all stand up, tomorrow it could be your loved one. Let's stand up for domestic violence victims. That's what JSO professed to do, was stand up for Asia. Tell the truth. Even if you made a mistake, tell the truth. That's what we want.
calling for answers, transparency, and that body camera video that they say they want to see. This is a renowned civil rights attorney, Ben Crump, who is speaking right now in Jacksonville at this church alongside a number of family members of Asia Bennett, the 22-year-old shot and killed by a deputy in Jacksonville about a week and a half ago, August 11th. When police had responded to a domestic violence call. You hear a number of the family members talking about how Asia was a victim of domestic violence. I should clarify, to my knowledge, no charges filed in the incident against anyone else who may have been at the home at the time. But they just want answers. They say they want to know what happened. They say that the deputies should have been helping her and not ultimately taking her life at that in that incident. You also heard one of the questions is saying the response from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office saying that it takes time to process that body camera video, that they will release it when they can. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. About 10 till 1 right now. We appreciate you joining us here as we continue our conversations with a number of candidates who have emerged victorious after Election Day on Tuesday. Now, many of those races, they now head to general elections, but there are some that have already been completed, including the Sanford mayor's race, where Christina Hollerbach was elected as Sanford mayor after defeating Charles Davis in that race. I had the chance to speak with Christina earlier today, right here inside our streaming studio, to get her reaction to the win and also to get her to talk about some of her priorities once she takes office in December. Christina, just want to get your reaction. What were you feeling? What were you thinking when you saw the numbers coming in and realized you were elected mayor of Sanford?
Having a watch party is so nerve-wracking. I cannot fathom any other experience that I've had, like maybe waiting for a college, opening a letter for an application or something like that. But when you're also surrounded by all these people and, they put so much effort and work into it too, I felt almost more like, I hope they don't get upset or I don't let them down. So like we, when we're scrolling on supervisor elections and we were the last thing on the scroll. So this like drum roll anticipation of scrolling through all the way to the bottom. But when we saw those early voting results, already maintaining about 51%. I was so thrilled, but it's also this like, okay, now we got to calm down. It's still not over. All the precincts have to report. So it was a roller coaster for about an hour and a half of do we have it or not. But it was so rewarding to be there with all my friends, family, supporters, because it takes a lot to do a campaign. A lot.
Yeah, and you know, time consuming, a lot of work. You know, so many. It's an investment. A lot goes into it. So I'm sure that it in some ways comes as a relief to you know, for it to be over. You can now kind of
so good.
I bet you did. And so now you move into kind of a new, you know, transition period here where you're getting ready to, you know, you'll get ready to take office. So what are you most excited about, you know, before that happens?
Well, and that's what's nice about getting this election done in the primary, because now instead of like election's over, it's the holidays, you're sworn in and you start, I get a nice kind of 4-month lead up to having meetings with both county and city officials, getting, you know, briefed on items, really being able to sink my teeth in so that when I do officially get sworn in December, that I already have this breadth of knowledge and these connections to really hit the ground running when I come in. So even though I won't be officially sworn in until later in the year, I am so ready to get started. And a lot of it really is understanding what's already happening too, because, you know, on the campaign trail, you have to talk about everything that's wrong that people see, but there's so much good that's happening and our staff really cares. So understanding where they are in projects internally instead of just the public is going to be what I'm going to sink my teeth into the most so that I can be educated and ready to make those decisions.
Hollerbach is a name that many in Sanford are familiar with. What made you want to run for mayor?
So I even put a post up about it, but I was student council president in the 8th grade at St. Charles. And my mom has distinct memories of me as a child, you know, like, what do you want to be when you grow up? And it was like who makes the laws? You know, not the law enforcers, not the lawyers, but like who makes them? And she's like, oh gosh, what am I getting myself into? But I think it's this innate desire in me to understand underlying systems, because like we're all people trying to do our best, and that looks different for everyone. So how do you find consensus, collaboration, and a system that actually serves people? So I think that's where my love of systems comes from. But even with Hollerbach's, you know, my dad decided not to retire, so it's a choice of stay there with him or do my own thing. And this is something I've been passionate about for a long time, serving the community. So it makes sense. Restaurants in good hands, and I get to take on, you know, 65,000 residents instead of just 160 employees.
A big job ahead of you, that's for sure. Now let's talk about some of the issues here. I know there was a lot of talk in the campaign about you know, managing the growth of Sanford. That's a challenge that is facing the city right now. What are you looking at? What are some ways that you hope to kind of look at that and work with the commission and see what can be done?
And I hate harping on collaboration, but I think collaboration and culture starts first, because you can't fix those underlying systems. You can't fix your reputation. You have to fix the culture. So a lot of that is going to be understanding our org chart, our leadership structure, and what's currently happening and how it can better serve people. And that includes developers and business owners, but also the residents. So I think it's fixing structure so that those systems serve people better, whether it's transparency and communication about how we're addressing water issues, because there is a lot already being done, but we're not understanding the process or understanding how long some of those infrastructure things actually take when it comes to process for permitting and trying to get stuff done. Everyone recognizes that it's an issue, but what are we going to do about it? And it's like, do we have the right staff in place? Are these systems serving people? Is the technology up to date to process it? So for me, it's going to be a lot of systems and processes, which is a boring thing to run on, you know, but it's like, hey guys, all that underlying crap that you never want to know about, I'm going to fix it.
I guess that's a good thing, though. If people don't know about it, then that means that it's running smoothly.
Yeah.
So I guess in some ways that would be a good thing, you know. What your top priority? What are you looking at kind of top of the list once you're sworn in December?
I think that, and honestly, a lot of this stuff I want to get done before I even get in there, but that transparency and communication about our water quality and our infrastructure issues. Then it's going to be culture, org chart, city leadership. And then especially, you know, coming from November, about the homestead, is that looking at our budget, making sure that we're prepared for the future. So for me, future planning, systems, permitting, culture, and water quality.
I'm glad you brought up Amendment 3, because that is one of those just kind of lingering questions that I'm sure makes it hard for local governments everywhere to really know how to plan right now. Yeah. And when looking long term, just because you don't know. Yeah. What's going to happen. What's your stance on that amendment?
I am hopeful that it will not pass. And even though I'm sad that we have such lower voter turnout, the people that usually come to vote tend to want to be educated voters and understand. So I do think that there is enough information out there that people are realizing that this doesn't sound as good as it seems. And I think even similar to the increase to $15 minimum wage, yes, that's great. Yes, people need a better living wage. But guess what? The second you raise that, everything else is going to get expensive too. There's just no such thing as free. There's no such thing as a break. It may get you here, but we're going to get you somewhere else. So let's figure out how to balance that best so we can still reduce the cost of living and create affordability, but also not reduce services. But my feeling about it is that it won't pass, but if it does, there are still so many things that we can do within that budget with public-private partnerships, trying to focus on condensing staff responsibilities. I come from, hospitality background where you cross-train everybody, and I hate that that's not really a thing in most other industries. So can we utilize our staff without paying consultants and have the talent that we have more cross-utilized to better serve? So I think there's still lots of ways we can look at that budget and not increase taxes for other people, but also not reduce the services that we need as a city.
What is your message to city residents here? What do you want them to know now that you've been elected, and we're just a few weeks out before you're sworn into office? I'm sure it'll be here before you know it.
It's kind of a weird message, but for anyone who's run for office, we are only 2% of the American population that even run, and less than that get on a ballot, less than that even win. So applaud everyone that runs, because choosing to go into public office is no small feat. You lose a lot of privacy, a lot of things that change just because you're out there trying to help people. So I want to remind people that politicians and public servants are still humans, and we're still people. We're never going to do something that makes everyone happy. We have to make difficult decisions all the time in the public eye constantly. So I think just reminders that we're human and that we're more accessible than people realize. Even on this campaign trail and talking to congressional candidates and state reps and judges, we say all the time, reach out to us, send us an email, let us know what's happening. And they rarely ever do. I've said that almost every single time I've been at a Q&A in a debate, and I'll get like one person out of the 300 people that showed up. So we are more accessible than you realize, and we wouldn't be doing this and putting ourselves through with it if we didn't actually care. So utilize those connections and make your voice heard, because it really is a small amount of the population that are voting and asking people questions, and we can't know what you want unless you tell us.
Well, Sanford Mayor-elect Christina Hollerbach, have you gotten used to hearing that yet?
Nope, still sounds weird. Don't like it.
Well, you're going to have to get used to it, at least for a little bit, and then it'll just be full mayor. Christina Hollerbach, we really appreciate your time. Thanks for chatting with us today.
Thank you so much for having me.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. Just kind of want to give you an idea of what we're looking at this hour. A couple of things we're watching. We'll give you a live look here into the courtroom in Orange County, where we are expecting to see Michael Caruso, the suspended Palm Beach County clerk accused of child sexual abuse, making his first appearance in court. He was denied bond yesterday on 5 felony charges, and those do include kidnapping, child molestation, lewd exhibition, luring and enticing a child, and child abuse resulting in mental injury. He is being accused. He was removed from his position by Governor Ron DeSantis on Tuesday following those charges, and court documents allege that the victim, a male relative of Caruso's, who is also under the age of 12, was molested several times during the past 2 years on family trips, including a Caribbean cruise. And DeSantis, when asked about Caruso's removal, said the decision was an easy one. So we will be keeping an eye on that for you here in our newsroom. Also want to take you here to Capitol Hill, where a press conference announcing the Freedom 250th Grand Prix for IndyCar will be having its first media preview with drivers. Now, this is a pretty exciting event, especially for motorsports fans. It will be the first ever NTT IndyCar Series race on the National Mall. The event is marketed as a way to celebrate America's 250th anniversary with world-class racing set against the backdrop of some of America's most historic landmarks. And that will be airing on Fox on Sunday. Coming up in about 26 or 25 minutes now, I'll be speaking with Matthew Isbell about a question that a lot of voters have on their minds, especially following the primary earlier this week. And that is, how reliable are political polls, and can we trust them? Matt is a specialist in GIS mapping and voter data, and he will join us to somewhat pull back that curtain on how modern campaigns kind of parse real data from public noise, and what happens when bad data slips through those cracks. So again, we'll have him on in about 25 minutes here at 1:30. It does look like there is some activity there happening on Capitol Hill, but we will keep an eye on this for you as we continue our coverage. Earlier, we did see some footage from the Jaylen Edgar trial, which is currently on break here. Again, that's the man accused of killing 2 people at a Halloween night block party in downtown Orlando in 2024. We heard opening statements from the prosecution. The defense surprisingly abstained from giving their opening statement. The jury was sworn in yesterday, and there was a lot of testimony there from the officer who did witness that shooting. And video footage was shown from that night around the block of Edgar allegedly attacking and killing 2 people and injuring several others there at that block party. And again, we are still monitoring this court here, expecting Michael Caruso to make an appearance at any moment now. But it does not seem like anything is happening there just yet. No, not quite. But we do have footage from those opening statements at the Jaylen Edgar trial, which we can share with you. This again did happen earlier this morning, and we can listen to that now.
2 minutes and 55 seconds. I want you to keep that number in mind. 2 minutes and 55 seconds. Halloween night 2024, October 31st. There was approximately, depending upon the estimates you wish to believe, anywhere between 75,000 and maybe up to 125, 150,000 people in downtown Orlando. They were celebrating Halloween, many in costume. There was also a very large police presence, as you might imagine. One of the people there that night was the defendant. Taller than most. He stuck out in a bright yellow shirt and a colorful backpack. He stood out even without a costume. Everything was going along as it normally would until around 1 o'clock in the morning. At that time, the reverie was shattered. 2:55, 2 minutes and 55 seconds. Now, anyone who watches sports or watches broadcast television knows, or suspects anyway, that 2 minutes and 55 seconds is about the length of a standard commercial break. It took the defendant 2 minutes and 55 seconds to kill 2 and shoot 7 others. Tyreek Hill was a member of the Orlando community. He was a tow truck driver. He was downtown with some friends, standing on the corner of Orange Avenue and Central. Timothy Schmidt was 18. He was a freshman at UCF. He had just gotten to Orlando. He was downtown with friends. And in a span of 2 minutes and 55 seconds, both would be dead. We will be able to tell you how. We'll be able to tell you who. We'll be able to tell you when. The why is as easy as it is frightening. The evidence will show the why is simply because that is what the man wanted to do. He went there to kill as many people as he possibly could. You are going to see the brutal execution of Tyreek Hill. It's in front of the Taco Bell, and you're probably going to see that video numerous times. And it's not for any gratuitous reasons. But as we get later on in the trial and we're explaining the law to you, in terms of first-degree premeditation murder, it's going to become important. You will see the defendant's path of travel from Orange and Central. He walks up, I guess that's South Orange. He's going to turn around, come back. He's going to pass right in front of Tyreek Hill. It may appear as though for a brief moment they lock eyes, and the defendant takes out a gun, points it at Mr. Hill's head, and pulls the trigger. There's going to be no evidence that Mr. Edgar knew any of these people that he shot. But having his first kill done, you will see him on camera running down Central Avenue. He's going to run right by an Orlando police officer whose body cam by the noise by the shot was activated. Now, Officer Merckx doesn't know who shot. He just hears the shot. And you're going to see the defendant, a very tall man in a yellow shirt and a backpack, run right by him. Now, at this point, in the melee, and you'll see this on the video, people are running everywhere. Mr. Edgar, it would appear, could have kept running. He could have run down Central. Maybe he would have been caught later, but he could have gotten away that night. But he wasn't done. He turned at where the Science Center is on Central, and he walked to an alley. There's an alley that goes from the Science Center, in the back of the Science Center, back to Orange Avenue. You're going to see video of Mr. Edgar reappearing through that alley, wearing the same yellow shirt, same backpack. He walks right back onto Orange Avenue, just half a block away, right across from the Beecham Theater. He makes a right, heading north. You're going to hear testimony that he was shoving people as he was walking, and he shoved one person, turned around. He shot Anthony Berry. He shot him in the head. That bullet grazed his head. Mr. Berry will testify for you that he ducked. There was a slight pause from the time that he saw the gun come up, get shot in the side of the head, to then multiple shots being fired. Eitan Mailer was downtown with friends. He saw the person, he's going to tell you he saw the person next to him get shot in the head. He was shot in the foot and about 10 feet away from the shooter. Jessica Carvalho was with 4 other friends. She'll tell you it was her first time downtown. She heard a shot, then many more. She was shot in the hand and had to have surgery. Noemi Rojas was downtown with friends. She was also a first-time visitor to the downtown area. She heard a gunshot but didn't know, she'll tell you she wasn't sure it was gunfire. She was pushed to the ground by another victim, and friend, a man by the name of Jonathan Vahe. She was shot in the leg, the bullet going through and through. Jonathan Vahe was with friends. He's going to tell you that it was getting late. He wanted to call it a night, and he started walking away. He was near the beach, and when he ran into his friend Noemi. He'll tell you he heard a shot, and he's going to tell you that at that point, everything went black. When he realized where he was, he couldn't get up. He was shot in the foot and the head. He was hospitalized for 5 days, and he'll tell you that bullet fragments are still in his head. Gabriela Santiago Sanchez was downtown with a couple other people. She was going to nursing school at the time. She was heading towards the Taco Bell when the shooting started. She's going to tell you she heard one shot, followed by many more. As everyone started running, she fell. She'll tell you she was shot in the upper back, the bullet lodging in her cheek, shattering her jaw. The bullet remained there for about a month before the doctors could remove it. Ashley Price was with friends leaving a bar called the Patio when the shooting started. First, she'll tell you that she thought they may just been balloons. She went to the ground and she ran into a smoke shop on Orange Avenue. Initially, she thought she had broken her foot, and she went home. The next morning, she'll tell you the pain was so bad, she went to the hospital and realized that she actually had a bullet in her foot. So after this carnage, the defendant runs, and this is on video. You'll see it this morning. He runs north on Orange Avenue, and you'll see that there's basically a police barricade up there. There are Orlando police officer vehicles. They've already gotten word of the shooting that had just occurred up the street. Michael Hernandez with the Orlando Police Department is going to testify for you this morning. He was on the corner of Washington, or the intersection of Washington and Orange, when those shots were fired, and you'll see his body cam footage of that. He's going to come in here and he's going to tell you he saw this man. He's going to identify Mr. Edgar as he's shooting, running towards the police barricade, along with hundreds of other people. Mr. Edgar gets caught up in this throng of people and winds up under a pile of people that had fallen down by the police car. Officer Hernandez kept his eye on him, approached him, realized he was about to draw his gun, realized that when Mr. Edgar got up, he didn't have a gun in his hand.
And again, those were the opening statements there in the Jaylen Edgar trial this morning. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. We're going to take you live now here to Capitol Hill, where that media preview for the Freedom 250 Grand Prix for IndyCar is just getting underway. We're going to listen in to what this historic event might look like this weekend.
That would be a great way to start us off today because, as you all have heard me for now many months, since the President's executive order on January 30th, it's always been that this will be the one thing that we do to celebrate our country's anniversary in IndyCar, the Americana way. No one knows more about Americana than we do in our sport. Look at the Indy 500 every year and you'll see it. It reaps of that. And now we're bringing that same tradition to our nation's capital. And when many people said it couldn't be done. If I were to ask anybody in this room right now last July, think we're going to have a race in our nation's capital? I think you'd say you're crazy, right? And probably before you would say the same thing. But look at where we are now. And I know a number of the drivers had a chance to go around the track and see it. We've tried to make it a bit more challenging than just you saw on the map a few months ago. The turns are a little tighter, right, Pato? I think you saw some of those out there. A little more challenging. It's only 147 laps, so it's not that really particularly long. It is our longest street course race in history at 250 miles. So think about this, guys. When you get to lap 75, you're halfway there, right? So let's start with a few questions here then with our drivers, and then we'll have some open it up here. I'll start with Graham. You know, I'm sure you've had this race, Graham, circled on your calendar since we announced it earlier this year. It was a pretty good, well-kept secret for a long time, despite the fact I had 81 meetings in Capitol Hill here in 90-some days, and nobody knew that publicly. As an American, talk about how special it is for you to be in our nation's capital.
Well, yeah, first off, it's amazing to be here and to see this moment, you know, come true and come together for IndyCar, for everything you've done, Bud, and Penske Entertainment. It's great. Obviously, a lot of people in the House, the Senate, the President has a lot of support. I was here a couple of weeks ago, and the energy was incredible to see on both sides of the aisle, just how pumped everybody was for this event to come here. And really for the people that lived in the city, we had a ton of people ask us about it, a lot of enthusiasm. So, I mean, as an American, this is an iconic moment. You know, we obviously, this sport is a very international feel to it in many ways as well. That's always been part of the fabric of open wheel racing, in particular IndyCar racing. You know, but to be able to come race in the U.S. Capitol, you know, right in front of Capitol Hill, to drive down Pennsylvania Avenue. These are all things that, you know, as a young kid, you grow up in this country, some of the first things you learn are the value of those names. And so, you know, to be here, to have the red, white, and blue on the car this weekend, have a lot of friends and folks that are coming that, you know, military people that we've worked with and supported over the years. It means a lot. So, you know, we're excited. Can't wait to see the track, as I've seen parts, but to be able to go around the whole thing and clearly be able to be out there and race and compete for this trophy right here this weekend. So try to hold myself back a little bit. I think the energy inside's a little bit more than what I'm going to show, but I can't wait to be here.
Well, thank you. And it's great to have you here representing our country as well, and your father. Alex, you were here a month ago, and you had the opportunity to be part of the pit stop demonstration, and that's something somebody said would also never happen before. And you were one of 4 drivers here. You were able to come back to the Oval Office. Reflect on that visit and now to be here a month later and what this looks like here.
Incredible. Like, honestly, that's the only word that comes to mind. Like, I remember the visit we did a month ago when I got invited to the White House. I was like, really? Like, for real? Are we going to be able to go inside and just see how the Oval Office is? And just knowing the history that it has. I know I'm not from this country, but this country has given me so much, and just the opportunity to be here as an IndyCar driver, to be a winner, a champion, and to create a family and build a family here in the U.S. So it's been incredible. I've grew up like obviously watching movies and just seeing the Oval Office and also the Capitol Hill. Like to know that we're going to be racing around it, it's going to be incredible. So super excited as everyone to go out on track and see how it's going to race. But yeah, it looks really, really promising with so many laps that we're going to do. I think it's going to be a super interesting race with lots of changes on strategies, leads and stuff. So cannot wait to go out.
How's your neck smell?
Yeah, I thought that was a secret.
Talk about that experience.
I mean, it was incredible. Just being able to be with the president and his team and being at the Oval Office. We got sprayed with presidential cologne, which that was pretty funny. But yeah, just an incredible experience, right? Like something, an experience that I'll be able to tell not only my kids, but hopefully one day my grandkids and stuff.
Yeah, it's a lot of stories. There's a lot of new chapters in my book, if it's ever written over the last year, including a couple today as well, leading up to if the president comes. I can never say, will the president be here? We're preparing for it, because if you walk around the racetrack, you'll probably see a conspicuous suite that's a little different than any other suite on the racetrack, and you'll know what treat that's being built for. You know, Pato, a close neighbor of ours in Mexico, in fact, the ambassador to Mexico, will be with us this weekend at the race. He won the street circuit, as well in the past, in Toronto last year. You had a chance to see a little bit of the racetrack this year. Talk a bit about, I'm sure you guys probably did some simulation. Coming here now, what's your perspective on the track?
Can I borrow your mic? That's better. I'm looking forward to it, man. I mean, I've never been to Washington D.C. This is the first time that I've come here. And today in the morning, I went for a walk and had a look at the track. And it looks, I mean, just like we all expected when we saw that this event was going to be, a part of the calendar. It's truly the standard that I believe everybody involved in IndyCar wants to see every single weekend. The suites look phenomenal, and also you can see it from the branding in certain corners. You pretty much know of everyone that's involved here, and that speaks to levels of the people that are coming this weekend, the eyes that are going to be on the event, and it's an IndyCar street fight. It's we're coming off of Markham, that we just had a new circuit as well, and the people really liked it. So I really think there's going to be a lot of new fans that maybe want to get into watching IndyCar, and I feel like after they watch this weekend, I think they might be hooked for a lifetime. So we're going to make the best we can to give a show to you all, and I can't wait to get out there.
How many? What do your strategists say about number of pit stops?
Oh, they keep saying it's going to be a long race, and I think it all depends on what's going on. I don't know if there's going to be a chance to rain or not, but if there is that, well, that's going to be another challenge to all of us to try and just get on the right end of it. Sometimes you miss it, sometimes you don't. But I was telling the guys in the room back there, Markham was 90 laps. The distance that we're going to do here would have been about 35 more laps or 40 more, so a solid 50% more. So it'll definitely be the longest street course we've ever done.
Yeah, well, and you all know the math to the street course here. It was originally 125 laps because we wanted to fit in the TV window. And somebody said, "What's the significance?" Am I on again or off? What's the significance of 125 laps? And I went, duh. Let's do 1.7 miles divided into 250. I think 147 laps. So it's just 22 more laps more is all. Maybe another pit stop, right? What's Barry telling you about number of pit stops?
I mean, it's going to depend, but for sure at least 3. You never know with cautions and stuff, but 3 to 4 can be more as well.
And again, that there on Capitol Hill is a media preview for the Freedom 250 Grand Prix for IndyCar, the first ever IndyCar Series race on the National Mall. When we come back, we're going to be speaking with Matt Isbell about a question that a lot of voters have been asking: are voting polls even reliable? We'll have that for you next here on Fox 35 News Plus when we come back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. Thank you so much for joining us. In an era of plummeting response rates, sudden polling shifts, and media skepticism, and especially in light of our recent primary election right here in Florida, a lot of voters are asking the question, how much stock can campaigns really put into these numbers? So joining us here today, we do have Matt Isbell. He is an analyst and founder of MCI Maps, and he specializes in GIS mapping, voter data, and campaign strategy. Today, he'll be helping us pull back the curtain on just how modern campaigns can parse real data from public noise, as well as what happens when bad or false data slips through the cracks. So, Matt, thank you so much for joining us here today. My first question for you is, over the past decade, public trust in polling has frayed following high-profile misses, leading media and voters to adopt a far more skeptical stance than they have historically. And from your insider perspective, how do campaigns balance the public polling noise that we mentioned against internal modeling? And at what point, if any, does a poll shift from a helpful indicator to a liability?
Yeah, so we are really seeing that polling, especially in primary elections, is becoming harder and harder to gauge correctly. And the big reason is everything you mentioned, the lower response rates and people being less trusting of the news, of the source of the poll, has made it much harder to get a proper sample, especially when primaries aren't bound by partisanship. You know, in many partisan elections, we already kind of know how most people are going to cast ballots. But in primaries, it's much more up in the air. So you can see wild swings, but also just have a completely incorrect model of who's likely to cast a ballot. And so campaigns can be led astray if they don't make sure they're vigorously testing their polls and getting really into the weeds of it.
And many political observers now are viewing public polling less as an objective measurement of the electorate and more as a narrative building tool. And so how are campaigns adapting to this shift, particularly in how they communicate these polling numbers to donors versus the media?
Yeah, so that's been a big issue with campaigns releasing their own internal polls. And there's always been a sentiment about being skeptical about those internal polls because we know that there might be an obvious reason that a campaign wants to bring that out. But I feel that in an era where more and more public polling has also missed the mark and where fewer and fewer public polls are being done because of the cost, different news sites and different people that are in the political scene are relying a little too much on an internal poll because it might be the only poll in a race and assuming that's accurate. So that is now leading to a scenario where people get a perception of a race that sometimes isn't very accurate. And we saw this in our recent elections. Some internal polls ended up being a little closer to reality, but there were others that were way off by 20, 30 points. And you really then realize, oh, there's either that was just a big polling mistake or it's something more nefarious, which is that it was a tilted poll to try to get good coverage.
And when we talk about that kind of methodology and how it can drastically alter the picture of a race here, when survey firms make structural errors like, for example, TSPI mischaracterizing the electorate by shifting Jay Collins as likely voters into James Fishback's coalition, what are the cascading effects on things like campaign fundraising, earned media, and especially voter perception?
Yeah, I mean, the TSPI story is like a very damning sort of incident in polling. And the fact that they admitted it, I'm actually almost surprised by, because it's very unethical how they handled that. And it really then brings up the question, why would you ever believe a poll that came from? They already were kind of like not trusted by a lot of different political sites. And I think now there's even more they're going to say, well, wait, why on earth should we trust you? The good way, any good pollster will tell you that the best thing you can do is, even if you think your results are wrong, release them. And you can say in caveats, we're not sure if we got the sample right. But when you start changing numbers or hiding them because you think you got it wrong, you really then kind of laid in the question about when should I believe any of your results come in.
And while we're on the topic of specific kind of strategies here, the revelation that median strategies fabricated survey data of their own, which was subsequently amplified on official social media channels by high-profile campaigns like LA Mayor Karen Bass and Francesca Hong. These exposed a severe vulnerability in how campaigns vet their information. And so what does this incident reveal about the internal checks, or lack thereof, within modern communications when this favorable data enters their inbox?
Yeah, and obviously it's going to be in the interest of any campaign to promote a poll that looks good for them, even if it doesn't sort of reflect maybe what their own internal monologue sees. And so, you know what, it's hard to even put the blame on a campaign for doing that if you're the mayor of LA or whoever this is benefiting. But it's then on the people that are writing about these polls, whether it's the press or like different political aggregators, different sites that are talking about politics a lot, to dig in more and see, because that whole polling saga we just saw there really reminded me of a polling saga that happened like 16 years ago, where a firm called Research 2000 effectively almost had to shutter overnight when it really kind of got found they were either completely making the data up, or it was like just done such a non-scientific way and a misrepresentation of what they were actually doing that they're effectively were ousted from the industry. And the fact that that happened and now this has happened again, it's like, did we not learn who to look for? Because anyone can come out and say, hey, I got this poll, but if everyone agrees, well, we can't see your methodology, we can't see the proof that you've actually done this, we're not going to report it, we're not going to trust it. Instead, I think more and more as we look for content, as sites want content to say, this poll says this poll says that, they're doing less and less due diligence research.
And when it comes to these polling aggregators, political consultants, and media outlets, beyond campaign communications, what guardrails or standards should these people be putting in to prevent bad faith entities or social experiments like TSPI median strategies from manipulating prediction markets in future cycles?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the biggest issue is going to be it's going to have to be self-control on the part of the people that run the websites, which is an unfortunate, tough thing to not just try to focus on every poll that comes out when they don't trust it. I've actually, and to that point, I've actually seen some sites do this a bit better where they will get a poll and they will talk about it, but they will also in an article lay out, hey, we have a bit of a salt shaker here. Let's take this with a grain of salt. Florida Politics here has done that quite a bit where they might question a poll even as they report it. Another issue is when this polling issue is going to become bigger as the prediction markets, which are now something that people can bet on, and so money is involved, are becoming a bigger and bigger problem. And I view it as a problem in our politics because it gamifies this stuff too much. Polling is going to be used more to manipulate those. So people need to be watching out for that.
And that was actually leading into my next and final question for you. I know it's difficult to kind of speculate about what things might look like in 5 years with all of the things we've discussed here. In your eyes, with the rise of synthetic data and low response rates, what do reliable election polls look like in 5 years? But more importantly, will the public ever regain confidence in these survey methods?
Yeah, unfortunately, I actually worry that it's going to get worse because we've already seen some people try with AI polls, and I've never seen anything that indicates that really works. AI is still very new; it cannot really articulate how the inconsistencies of what a voter might decide and the way they might vote. Trying to build up these AI models of an electorate, some of that's been tried in this primary cycle. It's absolutely failed. The same way a cheap poll of 300 people where you don't filter it for demographics won't look good. The real best data still comes from detailed survey research, really taking your time with it, either when it's in calls or in-person survey research. Literally, there are polling firms that will work for campaigns that will do the same kind of market testing where people are in a room and there's people behind, a mirror trying to gauge stuff. And that's what the big, really expensive campaigns, it's not as easy for like a city council race or state house to do. But the reality is I'm looking at it more and more where we're going to have a lot of data being thrown around, but I'm going to be looking at the methodology and how this was done rather than just trusting all of this data. And I really would not trust how the prediction markets are gauging something because we've seen those be way off, especially in these primaries. So you've got to really get good detailed survey data. And that's not cheap, which means it's going to be rarer. But honestly, I'd say it's almost better to be rarer and just get it right versus trying to have this overabundance of data.
Matt Isbell, political data analyst and mind behind MCI Maps. We really appreciate you joining us.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
We're taking you live now into an Orange County courtroom where Mike Caruso is making that first appearance here. Let's listen in.
Arrested pursuant to a warrant. State what's your position on bonds?
Your Honor, the state would be filing a pretrial detention motion, so we're asking he be held without bond.
Okay. Defense, do you wish to be heard?
Yeah, I have not seen it yet. I don't know if it has been filed, but I have been told that is their intention. Has it been filed yet?
I don't believe it's in the clerk system yet, but it will be filed this afternoon, so we're just asking that it be set for a TC hearing.
Okay, so we'll set you for, I'll stay the bonds at none at this point. We're going to set it for a pretrial detention hearing.
And that pretrial detention hearing will be August 25th, 9 a.m., courtroom 18D, as in David, Division 14.
So the hearing's already set for next week, okay?
Your Honor, if I need to make adjustments to that date, who should I contact to do so?
Contact the judicial assistant. This is Division 14. And off the top of my head, I apologize. I don't know who that is. Judge Leach. Okay.
Judge Leach?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just contact her, JA, and obviously the loop in the state.
Yes.
If
that date needs to be changed, but it's already set.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Judge, we're just asking that the defendant be made aware, no contact with the victim or any witnesses in the case.
Obviously, and I'm sure your attorney told you, have no contact or attempt to contact any victim or witness in the case.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Yes, and Your Honor, we were in Palm Beach County at a first appearance yesterday, and he signed a no contact order, and the judge also similarly admonished him as to that.
Excellent. Okay. All right. Good luck. Thank you.
Judge, sorry to keep you waiting.
No, not a. We still got a big stack.
And as you just heard there in that Orange County courtroom, that was the first appearance of Mike Caruso, the suspended Palm Beach County clerk accused of child sexual abuse. His next court appearance will take place next week, and he was asked to have a no contact order and not contact that victim. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. Thank you so much for joining us. As you saw right before we went to break, Michael Caruso, the suspended Palm Beach County clerk accused of child sexual abuse, made his first appearance in court today. He was denied bond yesterday on 5 felony charges that include kidnapping, child molestation, lewd exhibition, luring and enticing a child, and child abuse resulting in mental injury. His next court appearance is scheduled for next week, and the judge asked him to have no contact with the victim or any member of the victim's family. But earlier today, David Jolly, the Independent in Tampa, held a press conference this morning. He is the Democratic nominee for Florida governor, and him and his running mate Gwen Graham spoke with reporters after a campaign event in Miami this morning, asked about the campaign, potential policies, and the potential impact of the Democratic Socialists of America in this election, with State Rep Angie Nixon winning the U.S. Senate nomination for the Democratic Party. And again, that was this morning in Miami, and we will take you to that now. Looks like we're having some technical difficulties there, but it does look like we've got them fixed. Again, this is David Jolly speaking after a campaign event in Miami this morning.
I think if the election were tonight, Florida is going to elect a Democratic governor. I happen to be the candidate, but I say it that way because change is here. Voters have shown us that they are ready to elect a Democratic governor, and I believe we're going to win in November.
What do you say to Hispanic voters who are skeptical of the rise of democratic socialists like Angie Nixon?
Yeah, I reject socialism. I reject the DSA. I'm a capitalist, and I believe the greatest amount of economic opportunity comes through freedom. And I understand, listen, I'm somebody, a former Republican, and if Cuba is your heritage, I believe the Cuban regime should fall. But I understand we don't have a monolithic immigrant group down here, whether you're Venezuelan, Central American, wherever you might come from. I grew up in a church that celebrated all faiths and all walks of life and all heritages and people regardless of where they were born. But I also believe, as Mayor Ferrer used to believe, that if we're unwilling to welcome the refugee and those in need, we might as well throw the Statue of Liberty in the East River, and I'm not willing to do that. I grew up here when we rounded up Mariolitos and put them in the Orange Bowl behind a chain link fence. This is about who we are as a people. We are stronger because of the economic and cultural contributions of our immigrant communities. I still believe what Marco Rubio did 10 years ago, that if you're here without documentation but have not committed a property or violent crime, you deserve a pathway to legal status, a pathway to work status. And as governor, I'm going to fight to advocate for that.
Now that you mentioned Cuba, do you support the current Trump's administration policy towards Cuba?
I worry that the president does not have a sober foreign policy. I hope that Secretary of State Rubio is able to advise him appropriately, and maybe this is Rubio's shining moment. I hope Cuba falls. I don't trust the foreign policy of this president. If you look at what happened in Venezuela, we saw the regime change, but then we put our imprimatur on his successor, on Delcy, and just started taking a profit from the oil. I'm not sure it changed anything for the Venezuelan people or for Venezuelan Americans. I fear that Trump may move so quickly for regime change in Cuba without a plan for what comes next. There's not a Delcy in Cuba. Is he thinking about a shadow government to be stood up on Guantanamo? This is a president who a year ago suggested the next step was to allow American investment in the hospitality industry in Cuba, which would have only enriched the regime, which more importantly told me that the president is somewhat ignorant of the more complex situation in Cuba. I do hope Marco Rubio succeeds in what might be his finest hour, in seeing Cuba, the Cuban people, be free. I worry this president may not fully grasp what he is doing in this moment, though.
And lastly, for me, what are going to be the main focuses of your campaign?
Housing, healthcare, and education. Every candidate talks about affordability. What does that mean? The basics of people's life. It shifts through the ages and the generations depending on your station in life, but housing, healthcare, and education. Can you stay in your home because of an insurance market that's collapsed? Can you afford your rent in a state like Florida that is the most unaffordable now? Do you know where your family's going to get healthcare, and do you know where to send your kid to school? Housing, healthcare, and education is slipping away from too many people. We're getting back to the basics in this campaign.
David Jolly, what will be the first thing, I'm going to say this in Spanish, the first thing you're elected governor that you will do as governor? ¿Cuál va a ser la primera cosa que vas a hacer tú si eres gobernador elegido gobernador del estado de la Florida? Governor, first thing.
Introduce an economic package to the legislature focused on housing, healthcare, and education, vivienda, salud, educación, because we need to give people the economic opportunities that we have had in America for the past 100 years that are slipping away from people.
And the Live Local Act, what is your opinion on it? ¿Qué es lo que es tu opinión en lo que es el Live Local Act?
We need to return to local control. Let local communities make decisions about their communities, about what development looks like, about how they celebrate their own, what parades they have. The one area where I think the state needs to have a role is in protecting the environment, the air, the water, which is why I do think we should ban data centers until we know the environmental protections are in place, the economic studies are in place, and then we can hand control back to local communities.
In Lake Okeechobee, there's unfinished business.
Yeah.
Mucho trabajo que hacer en Lake Okeechobee. What do you feel needs to be done? Yeah, like I said, para mejorarlo, to improve Lake Okeechobee.
Let's continue the restoration projects that are in place, but we have to focus north of the lake. The pollution is coming from north of the lake, and for too long we have focused on south. We should, but we have to focus on north of the lake where the pollutants come in, and then it pushes the water east and west. You see the blooms, you see the polluted waters. North of the lake needs a renewed focus under my administration.
What are your plans for immigration?
I'm sorry?
What are your plans for immigration?
So let's start with values. I think we should celebrate the economic and cultural contributions of our immigrant community. That includes if you are here without documentation, but you have been showing up on the job site without so much as a speeding ticket, you deserve a pathway to legal status. We need help from the federal government to do that. I'll be a governor that advocates before the federal government for a pathway to legal status, a pathway to work. I also think that until we see the reforms from ICE, show us the judicial warrant, show us your face, show us your badge, I don't think the 287G agreement should be mandated by the governor onto local communities.
Thank you so much.
Will you have police cooperate with ICE?
What's that?
If you're elected governor. Will you have the Florida Highway Patrol cooperate with ICE?
You're going to ask about data centers. Until we see the reforms from ICE. Show us your badge, show us your face, show us the judicial warrant. I don't think we should be cooperating with them. Once the due process protections are in place, sure, we have multi-agency agreements all the time. The agreement itself is not the problem. The problem is that it's an agreement with an agency that's not honoring due process, that is not using judicial warrants, and that is going into communities and profiling. That's wrong.
And the data centers, what is your opinion on it?
An immediate ban on data centers. An immediate ban on data centers. Their impact on the environment is too great. We do not have the economic studies that justify them. They destabilize communities. They devalue real estate. Until we have those reforms in place, we don't need data centers in the state of Florida.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
And when you think about the road to November, what's your plan on galvanizing the black vote and the black community to show up for you?
Look, I think every community across the state of Florida is worried about the economy, housing, healthcare, and education. I will also tell you specifically for the black community, I think this governor has launched culture wars that have marginalized people of color. Whether it's your color, the color of your skin, where you were born, who you love, or who you worship, culture wars have had victims. I propose an Office of Civil Rights in the governor's office. I don't trust our attorney general to focus on voting rights, to focus on the economic disparities in healthcare and in education. I've actually spoken with Reverend Al about how Florida can lead a new era from the South in voting rights, specifically where the current governor has targeted black and brown communities. I hope we can undo a lot of that. Listen, we are going to have a government that finally looks like the state, speaks as the state, and delivers for the state.
And again, that was the Democratic nominee for Florida Governor David Jolly speaking after that campaign event in Miami this morning. We're going to take you back now into the Jaylen Edgar trial. Again, this is the man accused of killing 2 people at a Halloween night block party in downtown Orlando. We are now hearing from witnesses that were there the night of the shooting.
You don't move. Okay. Let's stop it there for a second. You're still in the brown hoodie there, right, with the lettering across the top?
Yes, sir.
Tyreek is right to your left.
Yes, sir, in the polo shirt.
He's to your left. He's wearing a hat?
Yes, sir.
After the shooting happened, you saw the defendant fire the gun.
Yes, sir.
Where did you go when that shot happened?
I believe I ducked and I kind of like ran, I guess, in the street to the right. I don't know, just ran away.
At some point, did you make contact with Mr. Jackson?
Yes, after a while I tried to find Mr. Jackson immediately after, but there was so much commotion I couldn't get to him.
Were the police there very quickly?
Yes, they were there kind of quick.
Were you able to get to Mr. Hill?
No, they blocked everything. I couldn't get back to him. They blocked it off.
Did you stay on scene?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have no other questions, Judge.
No questions, Judge.
Thank you. May Mr. Jones step down?
Yes.
Mr. Jones excused from subpoena.
Yes.
Mr. Jones, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I say we call Anthony Berry.
Anthony Berry. Anthony Berry.
And we were just now hearing from a witness that was there that night that Jaylen Edgar allegedly opened fire at an Orlando Halloween block party. Earlier this morning, we heard opening statements from the prosecution. The defense did abstain, which is an interesting thing to note in a trial of this manner. We are out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus. For now, we're going to hand it off to our Florida Live team. When we come back, we will have more interviews, live coverage for you right here on Fox 35 News Plus. But don't go anywhere. There is still lots coming up in the Florida Live Hour. We do, of course, have our Tampa connection, as well as a Florida Live broadcast with meteorologist Laurel Blanchard. Beautiful scene down here in downtown Orlando. Kind of getting an idea of those blue skies, but we will, of course, hear more from Laurel during that weather forecast. Later at around 2:30, there'll be an interview with Dr. Nicole Ivine about the 50 new cyclosporiasis cases here in Florida, as well as a few other live events, as well as an Amendment 3 and FEMA cut interview with Ethan Frey. All of that will be right here on Florida Live for you. But for Fox 35 News Plus, I'm Hayden Wiggs.
And streaming. This is Florida Live.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. It is 2 o'clock here on this Thursday, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV, and we appreciate you joining us here today. We've got a lot to get into. If you are just joining us here on the TV side, want to get you caught up on kind of what we've been watching throughout the day. We're continuing to monitor the Jaylen Edgar trial. He's the man accused of opening fire in downtown Orlando on Halloween night. A couple of years ago, 2024, when that shooting happened. 2 people were killed, a number of others injured. We saw surveillance video today that showed the takedown of that suspect, that also showed the panic that ensued downtown in the aftermath of those shots being fired. Right now, another witness on the stand right now talking about what they encountered, what they experienced that night. So we've been monitoring that trial and have been listening in from time to time. We'll keep an ear on that. We'll get you back there to it as things develop. A number of other things that we are watching this afternoon. The reopening, kind of grand reopening of Roth Tower at the Acrisure Bounce House on UCF's campus. They're having a special ceremony in just a couple of hours. Also at 4 o'clock, we are going to hear from President Trump and the First Lady making a Fostering the Future announcement, one of the First Lady's initiatives. And so we're going to hear more about that. A little bit later in this show, we are going to be talking with a doctor about some new cyclosporiasis cases in Florida. That's not what anybody wants to hear, but we're going to talk about it so you know what to do, you know how to avoid it, and you know what to watch for. So that's coming up a little bit later in the show. We're also going to be joined by one of the analysts at the Florida Policy Institute looking at what the impacts could be if the property tax cuts from Amendment 3 go through, as well as some cuts to FEMA. There is some new data analysis that the Florida Policy Institute has done that has raised some questions and concerns about what that could mean for Florida's disaster recovery efforts. So we'll be talking about that coming up in just a little bit. But I want to start by talking some politics here, and the Florida U.S. Senate race that is continuing to get national headlines today after Angie Nixon, the Democratic state representative from Jacksonville, won her primary earlier this week, setting up a match against Republican Senator Ashley Moody. So in the past 24 hours, we have now had the chance to speak with both of those candidates on our program, on our live streaming platform of Fox Local. Yesterday, Fox 35's Hayden Wiggs spoke with Angie Nixon, and then just a little bit ago on Fox 35 News Plus, I had the chance to speak with Republican Senator Ashley Moody to get her response to some of what was raised, and also to talk a little bit about what this campaign might look like moving forward.
We knew we were going to win, but we didn't expect to win by that much. But as you stated, it shows that grassroots, old school grassroots organizing actually works. And organized people will beat big money any day of the week. And it also shows that people are just ready and thirsty for change. They are tired of out-of-touch politicians like unelected Ashley Moody and Donald Trump, who are looking out for their campaign donors' interests and looking out for their own pocketbooks, and they're actually working less and less and less, and they're getting richer. And meanwhile, everyday Floridians are working harder than ever, and they're still struggling to stay afloat. And so people want something different. They want someone who is going to push back against these big billionaires and these corrupt corporations, who's actually going to put the needs of people first, like the fact that medical debt is the leading cause of bankruptcy here in our country, and people are literally going bankrupt because they're trying to stay alive, or folks are having to choose between whether or not they're going to put food on the table or be able to keep a roof over their head. And so housing is a right. They want people who are in office who are trying to make their lives more affordable, who are fighting to increase their wages and really lower costs. And I'm super excited that the voters realize that I'm someone who's been fighting for that, as well as delivering in regards to that over these past nearly 2 decades here in the state. Again, I support Medicare for all. I support universal child care. I also support increasing the minimum wage, as well as ensuring people have access to quality housing.
So we're coming from an amazing Democratic primary directly into an admittedly tough statewide race against Republican Senator Ashley Moody. Going into this election, how do you feel about that contrast between your campaign and Moody's?
What I would say is my campaign and Ashley Moody's campaign and who we are as people are totally different, and it is going to be very clear. Ashley Moody is corrupt. Ashley Moody cares about her campaign donors. Ashley Moody allowed $10 million that was supposed to go towards our most medically needy kids to be diverted into defeating 2 citizen-led ballot initiatives that would have helped improve the health and well-being of residents and citizens and people here in the state of Florida. Ashley Moody is also someone who decided to look out for her campaign donors and to vote to end the Affordable Care Act subsidies here in our state, which caused nearly 300,000 people to fall off the Affordable Care Act rolls. And also it caused our healthcare premiums to go up and to skyrocket. And she did that because these health insurance companies are her campaign donors. Also, Ashley Moody is someone who continues to get richer, and she's sitting on certain committees where she could potentially be having inside stock information. And so she is someone who also holds the water and carries the water of Donald Trump. She has not checked him when he has had gross abuses of power. And I am someone who has no problem checking the president. I am someone who is not corrupt, who wants to center people, who wants to look out for people. And if the people in the state of Florida are ready for change and ready for someone who's going to hold folks in Washington, D.C. accountable and make sure they're driving out corruption and the chaos, then they'll vote for me for U.S. Senate.
Now let's talk about your opponent. A bit of a surprise, and by a bit of a surprise, I say, I mean, a pretty big shock that State Representative Angie Nixon was able to defeat Alex Vindman in that race. That is a result that has been getting national headlines over the past few days. I'm curious what you make of Representative Nixon coming out of that Democratic primary, and now your opponent coming up in November.
Yeah, I think it's a really sad reflection of the state of the media these days. And, you know, I just have to say, as I was traveling the state, I would tell reporters when they would ask me very assuming questions about who my general opponent would be, they never would bring up Angie Nixon. And I kept telling them, I assure you, I know you want the race to look a certain way, but I assure you there is a Democratic primary, and you probably need to be paying attention to Angie Nixon. And so as everybody keeps talking about this shock Democratic primary result, I really have to say, I think it's because the media did a disservice to Floridians in not shining a light on this really dangerous, destructive candidate that is Angie Nixon. She's a self-proclaimed radical, a self-proclaimed DSA member, which is the I Hate America Party. And just for those that aren't familiar, the platform is, which she has said very proudly she supports, is defunding law enforcement, defunding military, releasing criminals into the communities, doing away with our prisons, non-citizen voting, taking over private markets. I mean, I could go on and on and on, and there really could not be, and I said this before, two more different candidates. You know me, I've been on your show before. I am all about supporting law and order and law enforcement. Not only was I a federal prosecutor, I was a judge for over a decade, the attorney general. I'm married to a cop. I fought Biden's open border and all his lawless policies on behalf of Florida, and we won in court. I pushed back on big government control of markets during COVID, and that's one of the reasons Florida had the fastest growing economy of all of our states. I could go on, but we have shown in Florida, the Florida way works. You stick true to common sense, protecting your people and making sure you protect individual rights. That is the recipe for success. They are about the opposite. So I think when you get to November, there's going to be a clear difference in the choices for United States Senate. As you know, I'm currently the United States Senator for Florida. I have been delivering wins while all these folks are trying to one-up who can be the biggest communist. I'm going to keep working for making sure this country continues to work for the American people, that it stands for their prosperity, their pursuit of happiness, protecting their liberty, protecting life. I am a proponent of that, and I'm going to keep delivering wins while these people try to outmaneuver, outstunt, out-chaos one another. Look, I got to Washington. I got busy right away. I was named one of the busiest freshman senators. I just got awarded by a bipartisan organization as one of the best constituent services in the nation. No other senator had ever done that after 1 year in office. I did that. I delivered for Florida. We've already passed bills. We're making sure that folks' government is working for them, delivering for them. I am so proud of what we've been able to achieve. I don't just sit back and complain. I don't just sit back and say, this is what should be different. I get in there, roll up my sleeves, and get it done. And that's what folks can expect of me. That's what I did as Attorney General, and that's what I'll keep doing as Florida's United States Senator.
It was Senator Ashley Moody earlier today on Fox 35 News Plus, and Angie Nixon, her Democratic challenger, yesterday on Fox 35 News Plus. You can find those full interviews. We had lengthy conversations with both of them. Find those full interviews right now on Fox Local Orlando and on the Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page, in case you are interested in that. Well, we have much more to come here on Florida Live. We are just getting started, so don't go anywhere. We are going to step aside, take our first break right now, but we'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard and our Florida Live forecast here. We're going to be watching for some storms this afternoon, I know, and I know you'll get into that in a minute, but the big story again, is the heat. We've got another heat advisory today.
And I'm glad that you brought that up, because I actually asked National Weather Service of Melbourne a question earlier on today. What was the most consecutive days where a heat advisory was issued by the Melbourne office? And we just broke that record by a day.
Wow.
Today. So that just goes to show that this heat has been brutal for a while, and we're going to continue to see that heat finally start to back down as we head through the next couple of days. But right now it is a nice beach day out there, 91 degrees, but be careful, especially along the beaches. We are going to be expecting storms a little bit later on today. Heat indices right now feeling like 111 in New Smyrna, 111 in Titusville, feeling like 100 in Kissimmee, 102 in Gainesville and Ocala, 107 in Palm Coast. It's another scorcher out there today, but those storms should be starting to cool things down as we head into a little bit later on today. Like I said, heat advisories in effect for yet another day. We're again expecting those heat indices, as some people already are feeling that heat, up to 108 to 112 degrees. So back to that statement that I started off this show with, we now have broken the most consecutive days that heat advisories have been issued by the National Weather Service of Melbourne office now stringing 11 days in a row. This started on August 10th, continues through today, and the previous record was 10 days, and that was August 6th through August 15th of 2023. So this heat going to finally start to back down as we head through the next couple of days, and you can see that in our afternoon highs. Today we're hitting around 94 degrees, but again, feeling like 112 because of that brutal humidity. And now we finally are starting to back down. Seeing those temperatures lingering right around average, right around 92, 93 is normally where we sit for this time of year. And we'll be sitting right around there as we round out the work week and kick off the weekend. But still, it's Florida. We're going to be expecting those storms throughout the latter half of pretty much each and every day for the next 7 days. But you can see it in our heat advisories and the heat indices. Temperature is going to be feeling a little bit more pleasant. But Garrett, I don't know about you. 100 is 100 to me. Anything above 100 is just ridiculously hot. So I don't know if you're really going to feel any bit of a difference between like 108 and 103. But as long as there's not a heat advisory, I feel like it just makes it feel maybe just a smidge cooler. It's kind of like a placebo effect.
Yeah, exactly. It is definitely all mental because at that point, like you said, not much difference physically. It's just hot.
Right. So now let's switch gears. We talked about the heat. Now let's kind of focus on chapter 2 of what we're talking about today are those storms, because some of those storms going to be a little bit widespread today. And I'm actually going to switch over to our live radar. I believe most of these actually just expired within the past few minutes. And we just saw another one actually pop up. Storms already picking up out there this morning. As we're taking a look at our National Weather Service Melbourne radar, we can see a lot of these storms continuing just to feed off of each other. So we just saw 2 special weather statements get expired for areas across Lake County as well as parts of Lake and Volusia County. But now we're keeping an eye on another thunderstorm in areas across Titusville. So Titusville all the way down to Port St. John, we're starting to see some of these storms really pick up. So let's kind of just go around the block, talk about those storms that are happening right now. Where are they tracking and what our storm chances are going to be looking like for the rest of the day today. Starting off with our special weather statement in Brevard County, 2:45, so we have about a half hour left until that occurs. This was reported because of the wind associated with these storms, especially with the sea breezes now kicking in. We're going to be seeing a lot of lift in the atmosphere, firing up those storms really quick. Lots of gusty winds, possibility of small hail is going to be some of the threats that we're going to be in for today. Good news, I'm not seeing any crazy anything that would really stick out that we're watching for the potential for any rotation out there. Things look like they're seeming pretty good right now. But again, because we do have like a little bit of upper level circulation, that's something that we're going to be watching as we head through this evening, just for the very broad rotation of some of these storms. So one other thing that we're going to be tracking as we head through the day today. Quick check on that hail, because again, hail is going to be another one of those threats with these storms developing very quickly. Port St. John most likely looking at some of those storms right there up towards Bellwood, Delspine, as well as Frontenac. That's where we're going to be seeing some of those storms. This is directly across from the Kennedy Space Center and the NASA Causeway. This isn't the bridge. Oh, no, I'm thinking up here. That's the bridge that kind of leads over into Kennedy Space Center. So I was one off. But all the inlets are going to be seeing more of the chance of some storms pretty much from now until about 6 o'clock. So that is our special weather statement out there right now. Also, we've had the potential for a little bit of hail and a storm that's right by DeLand moving into central Volusia County. Little spots of hail were possible in the storms that are starting to pick up in central Lake County. So let's switch back over our radar to that. Looks like heavy rain from Umatilla, Eustis to Berries, also down by Mount Dora as well. We'll pull up a camera of that in a second. But also looks like just heavy rain and the possibility of hail right on the border of Lake County, kind of working its way in towards DeLand. This looks like a little bit of a nasty storm right here. Let's give this one a quick check. Might be watching the little bit of a possibility of rotation in here, but that's really not more of the main threat. Main threat is going to be the gusty winds as well as the possibility of hail associated within this storm. But we're going to be watching this one pretty closely over the next little bit as well. Let's check over on our Mount Dora camera real quick. Let's see if I can pull that up just to kind of see what's going on there, because things probably are really soggy out there. I would not be surprised if we're seeing some really gusty winds. Hey, yeah, there we go. Usually you can see directly across from the lake. You can see things crystal clear out there, and it's usually very peaceful. Not out there right now. It is going to be a rough day, and you can even see the surf really starting to pick up along the lake because of the winds. You can see the trees really blowing because of those winds picking up, and that's something that we're also going to be tracking as we head through the latter half of today, especially the potential for some really gusty winds from a storm that popped up in Disney about later on yesterday, right around the 8 o'clock hour. We saw some of those storms produce up to 70-mile-per-hour winds. It was a crazy day yesterday, even as those storms were quieting down. That's what we're going to be seeing tomorrow as well. So through the rest of the day today, storms really picking up. This is about an hour behind, so just keep in mind that when you're taking a look at the time. Most of these storms really going to be blossomed up by about 6 p.m. Storms going to quiet down probably at around 8, 9 o'clock, but we will still be tracking storms as we head through the rest of the overnight tonight. And then Friday is another day. We're seeing those storms picking up once we head into about noon tomorrow. 9:30 though until about 11, things are quiet. Storms will start to pick up right at about noon, but these are going to be much more driven by the sea breeze as opposed to a low pressure system that's kind of in the upstairs of the atmosphere. Much more of these widespread showers, especially in areas south of I-4 as we head through the latter half of tomorrow. So it might be a little bit of a soggy start for the weekend for folks, and especially if you're picking up the kids from school, taking them to practice, might want to keep an eye on the forecast for any practices happening tomorrow. But we talked about those storm threats, mainly damaging winds, potential for a lot of lightning, which is what we're already seeing out there, torrential rain, and the possibility of hail is what's on tap for the rest of the evening.
All right, so really a lot to watch over the next little bit here. And so just for everyone watching, we will, if you are new to us here on Fox Local, we always track those severe thunderstorms once they are warned. And so if one of those pops up, Laurel will pop back in here. We'll be tracking that weather. The main thing is just be aware right now because, like you said, the special weather statements, watching those kind of widespread storms, it's something that we could see in the next little bit.
Yeah, and especially because today our special weather statement, especially areas that are more at risk of seeing severe weather, is Gainesville and northward. We kind of had that same outlook yesterday, and we saw 8 severe thunderstorm warnings, pretty much Gainesville and southward. So severe weather can happen anywhere. It doesn't mean if you're outlooked or not. Best thing you can do is make sure you are staying weather aware. Stay tuned, especially on our stream. Keep notifications on our Facebook, on our YouTube pages, because we'll be popping on stream if anything starts to get a little bit frisky as well.
All right, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, we appreciate you joining us.
Thanks, Garrett.
Going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. And for that, we go to Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who is joining us live now from the Fox 13 Tampa Bay newsroom. And Nancy, good afternoon. We appreciate you joining us.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Thank you for having me. Well, in Hernando County, a jury is deliberating in the Jeffrey Crum murder trial. He is accused of kidnapping, sexually assaulting, and killing 12-year-old Jennifer Odom back in 1993. So decades passed before advanced DNA technology linked Crum to the 1992 kidnapping and sexual assault of a 17-year-old girl at a Pasco County bus stop. He was convicted in that case and received 2 life sentences in 2019. In 2023, prosecutors charged him with kidnapping, sexual battery, and murder in connection with Jennifer Odom's death. Over 2 days of testimony, prosecutors called more than 24 witnesses. Among them was the suspect's son, Jeffrey Crum Jr., and he testified that his father confessed to the crimes decades ago during a night of drinking, telling him that one day he would find out that he is a monster. He also identified a clarinet and case that was shown in court, saying that his father gave him a similar instrument as a child that later disappeared. An acquaintance who lived on the same property as Crum years ago also testified that he also confessed to killing Odom. Now, during cross-examination, the defense highlighted that Crum Jr. never provided specific details from those conversations and never contacted law enforcement about his father's statements. The defense rested its case without calling any witnesses to the stand. Now, again, Garrett, you never know how long a jury is going to deliberate, but this jury got the case shortly before noon, and they were actually just called back into the courtroom a few moments ago because they did have some questions, and a video feed that we are monitoring shows them walking out right now, so they are going to continue deliberating. But again, you never know how long a case like this will take.
Yeah, it could be any minute, so we'll keep our ears and our eyes on that. Keep us updated, Nancy, too, because we can always dip in on that if they come back with a verdict in the next little bit. Yes. Next in our Tampa Connection here, what are we learning about this Citrus County deputy who was fired and arrested as well?
Yeah, so last Friday, Deputy Troy Taylor at the Citrus County Sheriff's Office, he went into a Target store. He was on duty, and he went into the Target store to tell employees about some suspicious activity that was going on. And investigators say that when he approached the customer service counter, he began making inappropriate sexual comments to an employee. Now, that employee was wearing a necklace that was sort of a collar with a metal loop on it. And according to the Sheriff's Office, Taylor reached out, put his finger through that loop, and actually yanked the employee toward him. And after letting go, investigators say he asked her how old she was and continued making inappropriate remarks. Witnesses say that the victim looked visibly uncomfortable and tried to walk away, but Taylor briefly followed her before leaving the store. The victim reported the incident later that evening, and investigators say surveillance video confirmed the witness accounts. They also noted that Taylor failed to turn on his body camera during the interaction, and that violates department policy. Sheriff David Vincent placed Taylor on administrative leave before arresting and firing him the next day. And in a statement that was posted on social media, Sheriff Vincent says he has zero tolerance for any actions that breach the public's trust of the Citrus County Sheriff's Office.
Interesting, Nancy, to see that surveillance video that they released that really shows exactly what the sheriff was talking about there, and a little bit shocking in some ways, I think, to kind of see how that all played out.
Yeah, it was definitely shocking because, again, investigators say that he went in there just to tell them about some suspicious activity, and that employee asked him if this was in regards to an accident or car accident that had happened in the parking lot earlier, and that's when the sheriff's deputy, he grabbed her by the collar, grabbed her by the loop on that collared necklace, and you can see everything, so it is very disturbing. Again, she reported the incident. Target also reported the incident that night. night to the sheriff's office, and when they began investigating, talking to the witnesses, then they got that surveillance video which corroborated all of the witness statements as well as the victim statements. But it's definitely surprising and shocking when you see it actually happening on that surveillance video on camera.
And finally, Nancy, in our Tampa connection here, investigators in Polk County, cracking down on some illegal berry harvesters? What's happening?
Yeah, so this is in regards to the saw palmetto berries, which this is actually the time of year for illegal harvesting here in Florida. And the sheriff's office last week, they arrested 55-year-old Rodney Michael after he was caught trespassing on Warner University. He was there picking those saw palmetto berries. And the sheriff's office, they actually posted a picture of his pickup truck filled with those saw palmetto berries. And again, they said that Michael did not have a state permit to pick those berries from Warner University. Now, saw palmetto berries, they actually bring high prices because they are used extensively in homeopathic treatments and pharmaceuticals. And that market value drives thieves to illegally pick up these berries from private lands, specifically during the summer and fall months. And Sheriff Grady Judd, he did address the saw palmetto thefts in a Facebook video, and he joked that if you are harvesting berries in 95-degree heat and humidity only to have a truckload of them confiscated, you would look hot and angry in your mugshot as well. You'll probably see Rodney Michael's mugshot pop up here on your screen in a little bit, and he does look pretty angry in it. And spokesperson Carrie Hortzman emphasized that stealing berries is the equivalent of stealing fruit from an orange grove. She noted that people pay a lot of money for these berries, and nobody has the right to profit off of something grown on private property. Authorities have not yet disclosed the total financial value of those stolen berries that have been recovered during this arrest, but also there have been several other arrests, not just in Polk County, but I remember seeing something up in northern Florida. There were some arrests, and then last year down in Okeechobee, there were some arrests for people who were collecting these palmetto berries from private land. But again, you do need a state permit in order to harvest these saw palmetto berries, and you're not allowed to do it on private land without permission from that landowner.
Something that should probably go without saying, but it clearly needs to be said, as we have seen today. Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us here for our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. This is how I set it up earlier in the show, saying it was the thing that no one wants to hear about, no one wants to be talking about. But here we are talking about cyclosporiasis again, because there are a number of new cases in Florida in the past week, 50 new cases, which now raises the total number, I think, to 460 across the states since the start of the year. And so joining us live now to talk about this, tell us what we need to know about it as we continue to track more of these cases, joined by Dr. Nicole Iovine, who's the chief epidemiologist and infectious disease expert at the University of Florida Health Shands Hospital. Dr. Iovine, thank you so much for joining us here on Florida Live today.
Thank you so much for having me.
I think some people are starting to have cyclospora fatigue because we keep hearing about this. We think things have been isolated. It feels like, for those of us who are not experts, that that this should be done with, that this should be over and taken care of. So as the expert here, why is this not over yet?
Well, there's two things happening. One is the outbreak, and the other thing is actually the expected and normal baseline number of infections that occurs every summer. So June, July, and August is the season for these infections, probably related to picnics and eating the types of foods that commonly become contaminated with this organism. So even though there's a lot happening to stop the outbreak, there's still a baseline number of infections that are expected to occur independent of the iceberg lettuce that is associated with the outbreak.
And so why then is this something? You said there are often seasonal cases. Why does this happen to some extent every summer?
So it has been associated in the past with fruits and berries. Raspberries is kind of the classic association with cyclospora, blueberries as well. And part of that reason is probably because it's a lot harder to clean a raspberry with all its nooks and crannies than it is to clean, say, a peach. And so since those are summer fruits that we see, that's a big part of the reason why it is so seasonal.
And so what should people know right now as we continue to talk about this? I know some of the worst of the outbreaks seem to have been isolated, like you said, to some of the iceberg lettuce that maybe had been sourced from Mexico. But as we are seeing there, and as you just discussed, there can be other sources as well. So what do we do about it? How do we make sure that, as to whatever extent we can, that we avoid this?
Well, there are some good practices that would be helpful that everyone should follow. And that is thoroughly rinsing off any of your fresh produce. And if it's what you have is something you can peel or remove the outer layers of, like iceberg lettuce, that is definitely a good practice to follow at all times. But other than that, just being careful and rinsing carefully, there really isn't much more that you can do. This is not transmitted person to person, so that's an important thing to know. So even if somebody has that infection, they can't transmit it in a household. But again, it's just really being aware of common sense food preparation techniques.
Looking at the numbers here, it looks like in June we had 43 cases in the state of Florida, 296 in July, 109 here so far in August. And so here we are, 2/3 of the way through this month. Are we through the worst of this, or are we on the other side yet, or are we still right in the thick of it when we're kind of talking about the cases from this the outbreak?
So those data that you mentioned for August go through only August 15th. So that's halfway through the month. There's always a little lag there. However, I am optimistic that with the control measures that have been put in place, that we are going to continue to see, that we will see a decline. The reason why cases are still popping up, again, like I said, that baseline number, but also the incubation period can be up to 2 weeks. It's usually only a week, but it could take 2 weeks for people to manifest symptoms. So that's why we may still be seeing a higher than expected number of cases, but I'm optimistic that we are on the downside.
That is certainly good to hear. I think people are going to be relieved to hear that. But you mentioned the incubation period, and I find that interesting. That it can take so long to kind of manifest symptoms from this, because with it being a bacteria from a food, if you think of something like food poisoning that kind of has similar symptoms in some ways, definitely doesn't take that long to manifest itself. And so can you just talk to us about why with something like this it could take a couple of weeks before you know anything's wrong?
So that's a great question. And for this organism in particular, it has a lot to do with how much you're ingesting, because it's not going to multiply rapidly inside of you. So if you eat one leaf of lettuce that has the organism, that's different than if you were to eat the whole head of lettuce that's contaminated with the organism. So it's the dose that has a lot to do with when you're going to develop symptoms from this infection, and also your own state of health as well. Immunocompromised people are more susceptible. Whereas bacteria, they multiply inside of you. So they're making many, many more of themselves very, very quickly. And some of them make toxins that can act very quickly. So there's a lot of things that go into how quickly things can make you sick.
What's the bottom line here, Dr. Iovine? What do people need to know? What do people need to keep in mind as we move forward? I know you said it seems to be like we're kind of out of the worst of it here, but clearly not over yet. So what do we need to know? What do we need to keep in mind?
So good hand hygiene is always very important. Like I said, this is not transmitted person to person, but in general, when you're doing food preparation, frequent hand washing is definitely important. Separating your foods as well. You don't want your chicken next to your lettuce, for example. Thoroughly rinsing foods that can be rinsed, peeling foods that can be peeled before ingesting them. Cooking foods. This organism is killed at about 158 degrees Fahrenheit or so. People don't typically cook their lettuce, though. But just really those common sense practices and engaging in them at all times throughout the year is really what's going to help prevent you in general from foodborne illnesses.
And Dr. Iovine, it's just been one of those things. Before I let you go, I appreciate your time here, but it's just one of those things where it's like it seems like we hear more and more about things that do come from the food that we eat. There have been a long list of things, I feel like, that has just continued to grow this summer. It's like, well, one thing after another, whether it's the cyclospora, whether it's salmonella, whatever the case might be. And I think some people at some point just kind of throw up their hands, and it's like, well, what am I supposed to eat?
I understand. And it's really a product of the fact that there's that the distribution networks for food in general is so broad. And so, a single supplier might distribute to, hundreds of receiving entities. And so that's what happened here with one farm distributing to so many places, causing this outbreak. So again, I think that, following good hygiene practices, the CDC has wonderful information on their website about safe food handling. And I would advise people to take a look at that, because that's very practical and pretty easy to follow strategies that you can employ to keep yourself as safe as possible.
All right, Dr. Nicole Iovine, Chief Epidemiologist and Infectious Disease Expert, University of Florida Health Shands Hospital. Thank you so much for taking the time and explaining all this for us here on Florida Live.
Happy to do it. Thank you.
We still have more to come here on Florida Live. We're going to take a quick break right now, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more next, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV. Welcome back into Florida Live. Give you a live look at the storm tracker radar this afternoon. We're keeping an eye on some storms in the area. As Fox 35 storm team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard had talked about, we're keeping a close eye on some of these storms. We will get Laurel in here, or she'll be tracking those in just a little bit if we need to. Keeping a close eye on some of them, strong, potentially severe at some moment. So again, we're keeping an eye on that, and we'll continue to track the weather here with you on Fox 35 and on Fox Local as well. Let's talk a little space here while we've got a couple of minutes, because there was a SpaceX Starlink launch that was scheduled for earlier today, got scrubbed. We're not sure why. It's been rescheduled for tomorrow. They said everything should be okay for that. Everything was counting down, and then there was a countdown hold at 28 seconds. So we'll see what happens with that. Tomorrow, as there's another launch from Florida's Space Coast scheduled for Cape Canaveral Space Force Station and Space Launch Complex 40. But it was interesting to hear this week as NASA announced they are canceling what was essentially billed as a rescue mission for a satellite that was falling out of orbit, the Swift Observatory. We've talked about this before, because there was a launch not too long ago for that mission that was trying to do something that really hadn't been done before. This Swift Observatory has been in space for a while. It was kind of dropping, losing its orbit, and so NASA was trying to send something up, a rescue mission as they called it, to boost that orbit. Again, a first of its kind mission, something that they thought might help with future missions and other things as well, would be helpful. It ran into some issues that we have also talked about before, and then NASA deciding this week to pull the plug on that mission. That mission has been canceled, and so earlier today had the chance to speak with Zach Aubert, who is the CEO of the Launchpad Network, who explained what went wrong with this mission, why NASA decided to cancel it, and what that means now for NASA's hopes on what they were hoping to learn from this initially.
So it's about a month and a half ago, we had the launch from a Pegasus rocket, which we don't see launched that often. It's been quite a while since we've seen one. Unfortunately, when Link, the spacecraft that was going to dock with Swift, got up into orbit, it had some attitude control thruster issues, and it started to have a spin. Now, it didn't sound like it was a catastrophic spin. Teams were working on trying to stabilize it and try to, rescue the mission for the rescue mission. But ultimately, they were having communication issues with that spin. Obviously, you don't have a consistent downlink from your antennas, and they've done as much as they can. And ultimately, now we've had this call that they've decided that they're not going to boost the Swift spacecraft. Now, it does sound like they may be still attempting to do a rendezvous and docking to the vehicle to prove out that some of this technology still works. As you said, this is a first of its kind, trying to go rescue a satellite in orbit rather than just replacing it, which is what we've always done. So hopefully there's still something they can get out of this, but ultimately, unfortunately, the Swift telescope's going to meet its demise in the next few months.
Yeah, talk about that. What does its demise look like? Is that something that's going to come crashing back to Earth?
Yeah, basically. I'm sure NASA's got a rough idea of where it's going to come in. I'm sure they'll release that to the public, but this will be an uncontrolled reentry. So we normally don't really talk about those much with satellites because they're not really a big deal. I'm not sure this one is necessarily something they're ultra too worried about for size. It's not a China core stage booster coming back. So they're going to be keeping an eye on it. I'm sure we'll get updates on kind of the rough trajectory of where they think it'll come in as the sun slows this vehicle down and as Earth's atmosphere begins to grab it in a few months from now.
Would parts of it potentially burn up in the atmosphere, or are we going to see just a whole big satellite plop down somewhere?
I'd expect most of it to probably break up. There's always a chance that just, satellites make it through. We've seen that with different parts of Dragon even that weren't supposed to be designed to make it through reentry that have. So, but most of it should break up, similar to the International Space Station. The solar rays, everything that's sticking out from it, that'll definitely break up. The core structure, it ultimately might, some of it make through, but nothing that, we're not evacuating cities over this.
No pun intended here, but what's the fallout from this? I mean, this was a mission that NASA was hoping would be successful, that maybe could set the stage for future abilities to boost other satellites and other things that may be having similar issues. If I'm not mistaken, I believe the Hubble telescope is kind of losing some of its orbit as well. So what happens now if this mission wasn't successful?
Yeah, and I think NASA's tried to set the expectations from the beginning that this was almost a test mission. Swift was coming down. Now, if this works, they got more life out of it. I think Jared Isaacman came out even today and said, ultimately this isn't what they were hoping for. They were hoping to get years more of data and study from the Swift telescope, which has been offline already now. I think it was earlier this year, even late last year, when they started to reserve power to try to save as much time as they could with it. Ultimately, though, they're learning from this. As we said, this is the first of its kind. In many ways, if you want to think of it, it's kind of similar idea to DART, the double asteroid redirection test. We had a destination that we can't control. We've launched something to it, and it does sound like they're still going to try to do a rendezvous and maybe even a docking to it, but I don't believe they have enough trust in those reaction control thrusters that they want to risk trying to boost it, because I think in the end, that is a greater risk that if they boost it and they lose attitude control, you could be sending this into a different orbit that is in the way of something else, rather than just letting it demise where we know it's going to come back down relatively safely.
All right, so what's next here, Zach? What do we need to be watching for?
Ooh, big missions later this year. Obviously, we're all waiting to see what happens with Starship S-40, whether it gets back to the U.S. in one piece or not. Next Starship flights, we've got the Griffin launch to the moon later this year. Things are getting busy at NASA and in the space industry. It's a really exciting time that you can't look away or you're going to miss something, and a lot of firsts coming up.
And here's a live look at our Launch Credit Union camera. You know it's a camera right now. You just saw a bird fly across, but it is hard to see there right now. Definitely one of the areas where it is raining, coming down pretty good there right now as we were tracking showers and storms this afternoon. Here's a live look from our iDrive camera. This is pointed toward Epcot right now. You can see the rain coming down pretty good there. Low visibility that this whole situation creating right now. Also, let me give you a live look from our Lake Mary Tower camera above our Fox 35 studios here in Lake Mary, north of Orlando. You can see the rain coming down pretty good here right now as well, but the sun's still poking out at some places. But we're hearing some thunder, hearing that rain, and obviously seeing the rain coming down pretty good right now as well. Those just seem to be the most active cameras that we've got at the moment. Let me show you downtown Orlando right now too, because you can see some of the clouds on the horizon there. In fact, you may even be looking at one of these storms that we're seeing there. If you kind of look up, you're looking north there, and so if you look more north, you can see some of those rain clouds on the horizon. It might be that shower that we're right in the middle of here right now, because we are tracking active weather out there on the Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar, still in special weather statements across our area in Polk County, Brevard County, Volusia County, looks like Alachua County as well, by taking a look at the radar here. And so you can see some of those strong storms really popping up. A number of lightning strikes associated with these as well. Strong winds in some areas too. So again, just a reminder, we'll have more weather coverage for you if things start to pop off any worse than they are right now. But you're seeing certainly some isolated areas there that are really going through some pretty strong storms. But we're seeing these widespread showers and storms this afternoon. This is exactly what Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard was warning us about just a little bit ago. So we are keeping an eye on that. Let me give you a couple of other cameras here, just because it's kind of interesting to see, I think, across the region right now because of this active weather. Here's Port Canaveral. You can see a ship in port right there, but there we go. Just caught that lightning strike on camera. You can see the dark clouds on the horizon there, but does not appear to be raining at the moment. We did just get a severe thunderstorm warning in for Sumter County. That was just launched 2:57 to 3:30, and so we've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard walking in here right now. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that was found 14 miles north of the Combie settlement, 15 miles northwest of Auburndale, and so now tracking a severe thunderstorm warning in Sumter County. And that's not the only thing that we are tracking here this afternoon as we continue to take a look at that radar, and things are really starting to get busy. Like Laurel, like you just talked about just a little bit ago. And Laurel, we've got about 30 seconds left here on TV before we go digital only. But just kind of let us know what we need to be.
John, so those are the threats that we're going to be keeping tabs on through the rest of the night, specifically the gusty winds, though.
And so we are out of time here on Florida Live. We're going to keep tracking these storms on Fox Local. So if you're watching there, or if you want to flip over, if you're not, we are out of time here on Florida Live. We're going to keep tracking these storms on Fox Local. So if you're watching there, or if you want to flip over, if you're not, and if things really get bad, obviously we'll cut in on TV as well. So keep it right here. We'll be right back and be tracking these storms here on.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, because we are tracking storms across our area. We've got one severe thunderstorm warning right now in Sumter County, but we've got a lot of storms all across the region right now that even if they're not warned for severe right now, they're still pretty strong.
Yeah, Garrett, we have a very active radar this afternoon, and there's going to be a lot that's picking up, especially over the next hour, because not only do we have thunderstorms that are already active, we have the sea breezes that are going to be amplifying these storms as we head through the next hour, 2 hours. And then from there, all of these little boundaries coming out from the bottoms of these thunderstorms are going to influence new thunderstorms. So that's something that we're going to be watching pretty much from now until probably 9 o'clock. So over the next 6 hours, things are going to be pretty active in the weather department. So make sure you download Fox Local. Make sure you turn those notifications on so you can stay up to date with the weather latest. So breaking down our storm tracker radar, we have a lot of thunderstorms out there. We're going to break down every single one of these, but we have actually our megaphone active now. So if you are seeing any storms in your area, if you're seeing hail, definitely send us a photo of your storm reports. We would love to see them. So just make sure, again, you're being our weather spotters today, because these storms are pretty much everywhere across Central Florida. And we've already been getting the reports of dime-sized hail in Port St. John. So if you are seeing any of that, try it. If you are safe, that's the biggest thing first and foremost. If it is safe, get a picture and send it to us. We would love to see it. All right, let's break this down because we got a very busy radar out there. First and foremost, I am going to turn off the spots where we are keeping an eye on those stronger thunderstorms, but they are getting a little bit busy, so I just want to clean up our radar just a little bit. But one thing that I do want to track right now is this severe thunderstorm warning right on the border of Polk County. So the majority of this storm is in Polk County, but the warning did extend into parts of Sumter County. So the very, very south eastern tip of Sumter County, right by Compresso, just south of Compresso. This is where we're seeing the strongest storm in our viewing area. We do cover areas across Polk County. This is kind of where us and Tampa overlap a little bit, but we are responsible for areas especially north of I-4 in Polk County. So just north of Polk City, we're seeing a good amount of that lightning as well as a good amount of that rain continuing to pick up as well. So that is something that we're going to continue to track currently. And I'm actually going to switch over to our Tampa Bay radar, see if we can get a better photo of what's going on here. And it doesn't look too much different, so we're going to ride with this for a hot second. Doesn't look like there's anything really sticking out to me when it comes to a rotation aspect. There's a little bit of an indent here, but I'm not too focused on that yet. More focused in on the possibility of hail, so checking that out real quick. Seeing the possibility of hail north of Polk City, so right by Green Pond, Rock Ridge. Where's a couple of other places in this area? Right around Rock Ridge Road, we're seeing a good amount of that possibility of hail, and we're also seeing that lightning count going up. So when we see lightning count, especially very clustered like this, and Garrett, if we can switch over to Lynx 1, that would be great. Thank you. We're seeing the possibility of some hail out there currently, and especially within that severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning until 3:30 p.m. So we're going to be continuing to monitor that. But right now there is a big risk of hail, especially small hail, so penny to dime-sized hail in areas of northern Polk County. And again, this also includes areas of the very southern tip of Sumter County. So that's something that we're going to be continuing to track. But one thing that I am noticing right off the bat, lightning count is going up, and a little bit of the trick of the trade is that when we see lightning very clustered together and the lightning count going up, usually means that the storm is strengthening or it's starting to collapse on itself. So it could be kind of a mixture of both. It's producing hail, so it's strengthening, but usually when we see hail, we're slowly starting to see that thunderstorm kind of cave in on itself. So that's something that we're going to continue to track through the rest of the evening. But like I said, hail, not just an issue of where we're seeing that severe thunderstorm warned storm right now. We have already gotten reports of dime-sized hail. You can see in Port St. John those darker colors of purple, where we're going to continue to watch in areas across Brevard County because we're still seeing a good amount of lightning there too. So there is the risk of Cocoa, Rockledge, as far south as Lake Poinsett, even kind of continuing down towards Bonaventure and Vieira. This is where we could be seeing the potential of hail as this storm kind of works its way through. Also seeing the possibility of a good amount of hail and the higher potential of hail right on the border of the St. Johns River. So this is the Lake County going into areas across Volusia County. So this is kind of heading in towards DeLand. There was a good chance of some hail there as well. So things that we're going to continue to watch at least through the rest of the evening, because again, hail is going to be a big threat as we head through the rest of the evening as well. But if you're just joining us, severe thunderstorm warning in effect for northern Polk County, very southern Sumter County through 3:30 p.m. But I do want to track a couple of these storms because I'm already starting to see some boundaries that are getting ready to collide. So I want to give everyone who's living in that area a little bit more of a chance as they expect some of those storms. But taking a look out there right now, this is from our Melbourne radar. Just making sure that all these storms most likely are behaving, not seeing any crazy stickouts of that, something that could possibly lead to the potential for any rotation. So that's good. But again, as we head through the rest of the evening, even though we're seeing all these boundaries collide, what happens with these thunderstorms is especially what I'm seeing here. We see boundaries collide, and that on top of the heat creates a lot of lift higher up in the atmosphere. So that lift and all that energy that we're seeing out there right now, creating some very fast developing thunderstorms, creating a lot of wind, creating a lot of rain, creating hail, and that's why we see those severe thunderstorms out there currently. So again, not seeing anything that's really sticking out to me for the potential of any rotation, not seeing anything from National Weather Service indicating anything different, but right now, gusty winds. And I'm actually going to take a look back at this severe thunderstorm warned storm in Tampa, because especially in Tampa, where we were seeing this severe thunderstorm warned storm, that is the primary concern, and 60-mile-per-hour gusts is the main threat due to this storm. So I do want to take a look because I am seeing some brighter splotches. And before I get too ahead of myself, let me actually switch over to our Tampa radar. Not seeing anything like, again, suggesting that there's any rotation, so that's good news right there. Still kind of just keeping tabs on the possibility of any gusty winds coming out from this storm. So let's actually take a look at that. Here's our base velocity, and I'm going to turn off the lightning so we can kind of see a little bit better into this. But reason why I'm looking at this from our Tampa radar is Tampa is much closer than Melbourne in this area. So we're seeing a little bit better of a view of what's happening within this storm. And so what I'm looking at currently is the winds happening around and within the storm. And I'm going to take a screenshot of this very bright splotch here. Coming in at about 28 miles per hour, and we're still, how far are we away from the Tampa radar? Right around here. All right, so we're about 50 miles away from the radar, so that's usually a rule of thumb. You double it. So we're possibly seeing about 40, 50, even up to 60 mile per hour winds coming from this storm. So again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect for 3 until 3:30 p.m. for northern Polk County, very southern Sumter County. And to take a look at the reflectivity so we can actually track this, I'm going to pop the lightning back on. Does look like we're still seeing some lightning, very clustered. So, and you can also see some of that very bright pinks just north of Polk City. So with this, what this is signifying to me, most likely starting to see some hail and a little bit of a hail core starting to pick up. But where is this storm headed? Because this, most likely, I wouldn't be surprised, is trying to make a beeline for the theme parks. And that's exactly looks like where it is headed. So it's looking like an east-northeast track at about 9 miles per hour. So from the very front edge of this storm, taking this out about 9 miles. This is kind of heading towards areas across the theme park. So it does look like at about 3:30, this storm should be kind of closing in on the Four Corners and Disney property. So let me just do one more check from the very front flank of this storm. Moving in at about, I would say, let's round it up to about 10 miles per hour. So it's moving up towards the Four Corners. So this is where this storm is going to be roughly throughout the next half hour. So fingers crossed, if this storm does decide to start to calm down, we'll slowly start to see this storm working its way towards Four Corners and Disney. So if you are in Disney right now, heads up, you're going to be most likely seeing this storm within the next hour if it holds together. But again, we are tracking a lot of other storms in across the region. So again, still keeping tabs on that storm that we have out there right now. But I'm actually going to turn on back our special weather statements because we have 1, 2, 3, 4 really starting to pick up across central Florida. So let's just work Brevard County all the way up to Alachua County. So it's a big difference of what we're seeing here. Looks like we are still seeing a little bit of a hail core right by Lake Poinsett with this storm. Again, this is not a severe thunderstorm. However, it is a strong thunderstorm on the board. Usually when we see these special weather statements in effect, we see these storms slowly either gaining strength or almost at severe strength, or that they're developing very quickly. And that's something that we're going to continue to keep tabs on. But because this is kind of right where our camera is, let me see if I can try to get a good view of our Cape Canaveral camera. You got Epic Theaters? Yeah. Lovely. Let's do Port Canaveral. See what's going on there.
All right, so we're gonna
perfect.
We'll go ahead and pull up Port Canaveral. We were checking in on that one a little bit ago, and you can kind of see we saw some lightning. Now it looks like the rain is coming a lot closer because the clouds aren't just dark; they have that different look.
Yeah, they
to
do.
them, as you see there. So it looks like things are starting to get pretty busy.
And it does look like we're starting to see this storm kind of setting up just to the west of Cape Canaveral. So right where the cruise port terminal is, that's where I'm looking right now on the radar. Looks like still doesn't actually, I can't tell if it's raining in that shot or not, but that's something that we're going to continue to track first and foremost through the rest of the evening. And maybe it is raining. I can't. There's a lot of lightning over there, though. But very dark clouds, especially all in the inlets of Brevard County. But
here's I-95 in Titusville. This is the situation there right now. You see a lot of several drivers with their hazard lights on, it appears, right now, because I'm sure visibility pretty low right now. And you can see if you look heading southbound on the other way, you can see the moisture, the precipitation on the roadways being kicked up by the cars that are heading down.
Yeah, and it looks like there's a ton of rain. And you said this is I-95 in Titusville, correct?
Yeah.
Lovely. Actually, let's take a look at our rain rate, because I can probably give you at least a good assumption of how fast that rain is coming down. So if this storm stayed where it is for the next hour or so, here's I-95 right near Titusville, this would probably lead to about, I would say, over an inch, maybe even 2 inches of rain, possibly if this storm stayed at the same intensity right over I-95. And that's not even where we're seeing the most heavy of rain. We could possibly see about 2 inches per hour. But where we're seeing the heaviest of rain right near Lake Poinsett, if this storm stayed exactly where it is in the same intensity for the next hour, we would be seeing 7 inches of rain right by Lake Poinsett, which is nuts to me, especially how intense this rain is falling right now. But also we're seeing some really intense rain in some other areas too. Just north of Daytona Beach, we're seeing a lot of heavy rain, and it does look like we're seeing another severe thunderstorm warning that just came into our system in areas of eastern Marion County. So let's actually give a quick check on that. I'm going to switch over to our Jacksonville radar. And yeah, it does look like that's providing a little bit of a good hail core as well. You can see that very bright pink that we're tracking currently. The severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 3:45. It is 3:13, so for the next half hour, we'll also be tracking this as well. But from here, just to kind of go through everything, this storm now at severe strength, again, most likely because of really gusty winds, as well as the potential for some hail. And this is right now in the Ocala National Forest. This is just south of Salt Springs. Main reason for this was because of the potential for 60-mile-per-hour winds, but also just look at the lightning count on this. We are seeing crazy lightning already today, and it's very clustered lightning. So I was saying earlier, we're seeing, especially with today, lots of lightning that's really clustered together, and that means that the storm is strengthening, most likely trying to produce some hail. So what I can see right here, and I'm just going to switch back to our reflectivity just to make sure I'm not missing anything, looks like we're seeing a good amount of wind coming out and heading up towards Salt Springs. So checking in on our base velocity.
And while you're doing that too, let me pull up this camera here that's up at Lake George in Georgetown, kind of looking toward that direction. You can see those ominous clouds there as that storm moves that way.
Yeah, really dark clouds out there. Still seeing the storm moving up to the north, and again, possibly 60-mile-per-hour winds within this storm. So Salt Springs, heads up, it is probably going to be getting very windy there within the next couple of minutes. And also, you're probably going to be seeing a lot of rain working its way towards you very soon, because this is exactly where this storm is tracking, heading up towards Salt Springs at about 18 miles per hour. So let's actually do some tracking here. So this is kind of working its way up towards Salt Springs and Lake Ocklawaha. Let's see if we can track this right here, taking the center part of the front flank of the storm, taking it up at about 16 miles per hour. So Salt Springs, you're most likely going to be impacted within the next half hour. And if it holds together long enough, as these storms kind of slowly start to expand and weaken, this is where we could be seeing the possibility of Lake Ocklawaha being impacted within the next hour. Something that is catching my eye over here, and I'm not sure if this is the radar or if this is what's going on over here. But we do have special weather statements on, and I'm not sure why that is not called a special. Oh, that's why. That's why looking at different radars is so important when taking a look at different parts of the storm. But I am concerned, especially right here. This is DeLand, just north of Lake Helen, heading up I-4, but specifically right on North Pravat Ave, right near Sunday Trail. Kind of like just following I-4 right here. This is right near DeLand, just north of Lake Helen, seeing a nasty hail core. So most likely seeing a great chance of hail.
And here's a live camera I-4 going through DeLand right now. And you can see the precipitation coming through right now. Cars still traveling along I-4. This is looking eastbound. Right now.
Yeah, looks like we're starting to see the potential for some hail within that area. This is setting up just to the east of I-4, so as soon as you're passing the Lake Helen Orange City exit, this is where we're going to be seeing the potential for some hail, and you're already starting to see that lightning get picked up with that as well. But I can't tell right now. It looks like it's just really fat raindrops.
And I will point out that's a little north of Lake Helen, but give me 2 seconds here. I'm going to go about a few miles down the road, a little closer to Lake Helen, and we'll see what that one looks like. That may give you a little bit of a better look at whether this is there might be some hail coming down in this area. So this should switch over here in just a second. This is let me see if I've got the right one. If I've got the right one rounded.
But crazy lightning already out there with that storm. But really, region-wide, you can kind of see these little splotches of purple. This is all the instances from currently, as well as just within the past probably like half hour or so, is where we saw hail. So right now, Deltona, DeLand, either side of DeLand, both the west side and east side of DeLand, seeing the potential for some small dime-sized hail. So that's something that we're going to continue to track, because already we're seeing boundaries starting to collide. And I'm going to switch back. Looks like we're starting to see a few more of these special weather statements starting to pick up. But right here, we're going to see more of these thunderstorms trigger as we head through the rest of the evening. And most of these thunderstorms really going to pick up quick. So right here, here's our Melbourne radar, switching back over. We can see these faint green lines kind of starting to pop up on the radar. And these are a couple of things. This is either the sea breeze or these are outflow boundaries coming out from the thunderstorms. So right now, these thunderstorms in Titusville are slowly trying to move inland. We have all of these thunderstorms right now slowly starting to move towards the shore. And then all of these thunderstorms are producing these little boundaries. So we can see this boundary on radar. We can also see the boundary coming out from this thunderstorm that's in Titusville right here. And Garrett, I will bet money on this, that we're going to be probably seeing some thunderstorms pick up right along the beach line. So right over Bithlo, Christmas, Kissimmee, St. Cloud area. We're going to be seeing that most likely pick up, I would say, within the next 15 minutes.
Well, speaking of Bithlo, here's our radar camera. And you can see that that line of clouds. I've had this pulled up for a little bit, and it's really gotten dark just in the last little bit.
And just to kind of show you, if we can do like a double box of radar versus where we're seeing our Bithlo camera. I'm going to highlight this right here. So that is the radar, that little white spot. That's our radar that we're seeing. So this is the radar cam is seeing all the rain and all the lightning that is just
so you're seeing that dividing line that you are drawing out right there. That's what we're looking at on this camera.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing. So kind of just if this camera is probably looking this way, northward, southward. Hold on, I don't know my left and my rights yet. No, yeah, it would be facing down towards the south if that's the case. So here's the camera is working this way. That's why we see those storms. Okay, yeah, haha, there we go. I can learn my left from my rights. So that's why we're going to be seeing those storms setting up, especially on the left side of your screen. And that's, lots of lightning that just started to pop up from that storm. But good news is I'm going to do like a quick check just to make sure all of these storms are behaving. Because again, especially with these thunderstorms, as they're producing their own boundaries and everything, there is the possibility that we could be seeing a boundary not only produce more thunderstorms, but if a boundary just hits just right, it could be the potential of a very brief funnel cloud. And that's going to be another threat that's very low on the list. But overall, there is a little bit of that energy in the atmosphere that could promote a little bit more wind than what we're used to. But I'm not seeing anything on radar that's really jumping out to me saying that anything is misbehaving more in the rotation aspect. So that is great news right there. But still keeping the tabs on the potential for really gusty winds, as well as the potential for some small hail. So right now, let's actually go run through our severe thunderstorm warnings real quick. I'm going to take off our special weather statements. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for southern Sumter County, which actually looks like more this is in Polk County now, until 3:30 p.m. And I know we're looking at this from the Melbourne radar. Let's switch this over to the Tampa radar. Good news is that I'm starting to see that lightning slowly start to become less clustered. That's good news. However, on the flip side, this is something that we see very often here in Florida, is these thunderstorms kind of bowing out. So quite literally, it almost looks like a bow and arrow. And with these storms traveling kind of up towards Four Corners, what this is going to do is increase the wind speeds out ahead of this storm. So heading up towards Celebration, heading up towards the Lake Buena Vista area, this is where we're going to be starting to see some really gusty winds because of this storm kind of bowing out. That's what we're going to be monitoring at least through the next couple of minutes. but it is 3:22, so we have about 8 minutes left in that storm. Now let me switch over to our Jacksonville radar. Take a look at these storms that are heading up towards Salt Springs, which actually was pretty close. We said it was about 3:30 where this storm was going to be kind of moving up into Salt Springs. Does look like it is slowly kind of starting to make a more northeast turn. Actually, kind of more taking a northerly turn. I think it's kind of doing like a little bit of a north and northeasterly track, so maybe even working its way more into Putnam County than directly north as earlier tracked, but pretty close, more in the timing of those storms starting to impact Salt Springs. We said it was going to be about 15-20 minutes before that worked its way in, but probably within the next 5, which is right at 3:30, we should be seeing some of that heavier rain starting to work its way northward. One thing that's already starting to stick out just to the south of Salt Springs. So again, this is in the Ocala National Forest. I'm going to switch over to our hail swath. Still seeing a good amount of the potential for hail in areas across the Ocala National Forest. We can see right here. First Ocala National Forest right in here, possibly looking at a good amount of hail in there, which is one of the criteria for it being a severe thunderstorm. So that's something that we're continuing to track, as well as the gusty winds associated within this storm as well. So switching back to our base velocity, looks like we're starting to see those winds calm down in here, but still something to track as we head through the rest of this evening, especially because with these storms, some of them are going to pack a punch. All right. Things look like they're doing good from the Jacksonville side. Let's actually switch back to our Melbourne radar and track our special weather statements. But this is kind of a deja vu of what we had yesterday. We see these storms pick up very quickly. They die down. Some of them get up to that severe strength, and it's probably going to be one of those days where we see one expire, another one gets issued, or multiple get issued at the same time. Pretty much going to be a copy and paste of what we saw yesterday, but more folks are going to be getting in on the rain yesterday. Because Garrett, at this time yesterday, Melbourne didn't get a drop of rain, but today, Melbourne will most likely get in on those showers as these storms slowly start to extend southward. But right now, what we're taking a look at, looks like a lot of heavy rain in areas near Port St. John, Cape Canaveral, Lake Poinsett, kind of working its way down towards Vieira is in this area. Okay, so just to the west of Vieira, just to the west of Brevard Zoo, kind of following right along the border of Osceola County and Brevard County. That's where we're tracking crazy amounts of rain from Port St. John, Lake Poinsett, Cocoa Beach, Cape Canaveral area. But it does look like we're starting to just see the sea breezes collide, not seeing anything too crazy when it comes to any rotation, which is great. But just unfortunately one of the things that we need to keep tabs on. And we did just get a report from National Weather Service. Someone from the Emergency Management Office of Flagler County got a report of hail and is about pea to dime size. So small hail, but still hail nonetheless. So something that we're going to continue to monitor. 40-mile-per-hour winds were just picked up at the Kennedy Space Center. So we're starting to get a lot of wind reports in. We're starting to get some hail reports in. And they are going to expire the severe thunderstorm warning at 3:30. So we have about 4 minutes left in our severe thunderstorm warning for southern Polk County. So things are going to start to quiet down there, but winds are still going to be a factor taking a look in southern Polk. But back to our Brevard County storm, because Garrett, I noticed that you had the live camera up. That camera is shaking like a leaf.
That is Port Canaveral, and things have really picked up. You see a lot of the raindrops on the camera there right now, but yeah, the wind clearly very strong there. I'm seeing it as well from the Melbourne National Weather Service at Port Canaveral, a wind sensor, peak wind gust 40 miles an hour.
Yep.
That was, I guess, half an hour ago at this point. But
probably as this storm was picking up. One thing that I am seeing that's just catching my eye a little bit, don't want to say anything too quickly. Okay, looks like that's behaving. Sometimes in the reflectivity, especially when we're seeing an inflow, when we're seeing air get sucked in from the thunderstorm, it does create this little notch right here, but that's not really signifying anything from our Melbourne. Maybe a little bit of something's trying to form here, but not seeing anything that's too eyebrow raising from more.
And check that out right now.
Yeah, so South Daytona is here. That is taking a look at all of these thunderstorms that are picking up right here. So where that camera is, it is probably looking directly towards this shelf cloud right here. And this is where we're seeing all of these thunderstorms just bubble up one after another. And I'm glad you actually brought that up, because this was the second storm that kind of caught my eye, just because of how much of that pink that we're seeing. Wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, potential for some hail also right near Holly Hill. Zooming in, this is Granada Boulevard, heading towards Norman Beach, heading towards Eleanor Village, kind of right in between LPGA Boulevard. So what's that, right by the Buc-ee's? That's kind of in this area, LPGA Boulevard, heading over towards the golf courses in that area. We're seeing the potential for a lot of lightning and the potential for some hail heading up I-95 in Daytona Beach. So we can see just to the northwest of Daytona Beach,